Welcome to opening round coverage of the DP World Tour Championship at the Earth Course at Jumeirah Golf Estates. You're watching feature group coverage. We're going to be following games 5 and 6. First out will be Martin Keimer and Masahiro Kawamura. And a few moments ago they teed off, and this is Martin Keimer to lead the way. Former U.S. and U.S. PGA champion and U.S. Open champion, and that one is in the left rough. Beside me today will be Tony Johnstone. Tony, good morning.
Good morning, Jay. And really looking forward to this. I've got to say, Jay, I love doing feature group commentary. We have more time to tell old tour war stories, have more time to talk about our players, like Kawamura, who has improved every year on the Race to Dubai rankings. Since he came on tour in 2017, he was 38th last year, 46th this year. He needs a good one to keep that rate of progression going.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
And that was a nice opening tee shot for the 28-year-old, right down the middle of the fairway, where Keimer is up in the left rough. It'll be lie dependent. This hole is cut in the back right portion of the green. Not much rough out here this week due to the fact that the ryegrass, the winter grass that they overseed, it's been a pretty warm lead up to the DP World Tour Championship. There you can see early days, James Morrison a couple under par through 4 holes. Joachim Lagergren, Tapio Polkin and Sam Horsfield and John Catlin all birdied the first hole as well. A little bit of breeze as you can see, but good scoring conditions what we expect. The green's rolling right around 12. So perfect speed, and they are wonderful putting surfaces with a little bit of grain, Tony.
Yes, we went out and had a look at them this morning, and yeah, there's a bit of grain, but the greens, you know, they cut so tight that it'll affect pace more than line. And you know, the direction of the grain is a great indicator of where the slope goes, because the grain will always go with the slope. So it is a good indicator, and it's going to be a great couple of days golf.
It certainly is. 3 of the 4 players we are looking at in our feature group coverage today are major champions. There you can see Martin Keimer in the left rough, 158 yards to go. And how does this first hole set up from the left rough?
Not that easily, I'd have to say, Jay. The flag is back right today, so the angle is okay. But, you know, these greens are very undulating. There's still little pockets of flattish green. Let's see if Keimer can ease it in. They have got some really tough flags today. The majority of flags are within 3 or 4 of the edges of the greens. And, well, maybe I was wrong. Maybe it's not that tough.
Well, he did have a good angle from that left rough and really controlled it well on a beautiful morning here at the Jumeirah Golf Estates, and a golf course that the players know well and love. The first DP Tour World Championship was played here in 2009. Long relationship with the DP World Company, and we'll hear more about that as the days and weeks go on. A huge announcement was made last Tuesday. In the middle of the fairway is Kawamura, but let's go back to the first tee, and they are waiting for the fairway to clear. And here is our second group, group number 6, Sergio Garcia and Patrick Reed, both U.S. Masters champions, and both here on invites. They would have qualified on points, but they didn't play enough tournaments to qualify as far as you know, on their merit, so they were given special exemptions, and that's really due to COVID.
Yes, you're absolutely right. You know, travel, you know, unless you do the travel for a living, it's hard to explain to people just how difficult life has become. Look, they get well rewarded for it. They're doing what they love, so we won't feel hugely sorry for them, but it makes it difficult to travel backwards and forwards over the Atlantic, and I think giving these 2 guys invites was a really good idea.
No doubt about it. Sergio Garcia will lead the way in Group 6.
This is game number 6. On the tee from Spain, Sergio Garcia.
41 years old now. He's won over 30 million euros on the European Tour. This is his 313th event on the European Tour. He has 16 wins and the most prolific point scorer in history in the Ryder Cup. And following this group will be John Morgan. Good morning, John.
Yeah, good morning, Jay. And here we go. Down the hill, the first bunker to avoid in the middle of the fairway at 335 off this tee.
Well, he's following one of the best drivers that's ever lived in the game, Sergio. Ooh, found the sand.
On the tee from the USA, Patrick Reed.
Captain America, as he's well known, although he did miss this past 2 months ago now, Ryder Cup, a victorious team. 3 times a Ryder Cup player.
It's a cracking hole, Jay. 454 yards straight down the hill. Plays 8 down as well. Patrick Reed looked like he was in the groove on the range as he brought it to the golf course.
Oh, that's fine. And I'm really glad he got an invite, Jay, because he is a guy, one of the Americans that has really supported the European Tour. He's keen on being an international player. Comes over here quite frequently and deserving of that.
Kawamura from the fairway, hit the green. This is a uphill birdie putt. And just played a little bit too much break there. And just trying to get a feel for the greens in the first couple holes, aren't you, Tony?
Yes, yeah, they're slightly faster than they've been in the practice rounds in Pro-Am. But now we're going to have a battle when it comes to doing swing analysis, Jay. Who is going to do Kawamura? Because it is unusual.
Well, you are, because I'm the host this week, so you get to do all the swing indexes. I know you're looking forward to that. It is an unusual swing.
It is.
There you can see a couple different shades of grass in the green. What does that mean, Tony?
Well, the light green, the grain's going away from us, so that's downhill that way. Dark green towards us. At the change of grain, it's coming to... Sorry, going away in the light green towards us in the dark green, and he would have expected that to go right to left because the slope is towards us at the hole. That's strange.
Certainly, as it lost pace with that grain going from right to left, fooled him. Probably a very good putt. And as a professional, all you can hope for is hitting good putts. You're not going to read them all correctly.
No way. Yeah, put a good stroke on, hit them where you want, and then the rest is in the lap of the gods.
Garcia, Reed making their way down the hill from the first tee, trying to make an impression this week at the DP World Tour Championship. And it's the last event on the European Tour, not only for the year, but, well, it will no longer be the European Tour starting next year. Rebranding has taken place. There was a huge announcement on November the 9th, and it will now be called, going forward next week at the Joburg Open, the DP World Tour. And fantastic impetus from DP World financially, and trying to not only help out the tour but golf in general.
Yeah, it's a fantastic move they've made. Keimer, the ever elegant Keimer. You know, Jay, every time I see Keimer, I've said this before, I think of elegance. Such an elegant dresser, elegant player, and an elegant person. Always reminds me of Roger Federer. Everything he does is classy.
Yeah, very much so. Another tidy player right here. Not going to overpower you with his distance. Awkward tee shot because you can't see the landing area. Uphill tee shot over a bunker, especially the right center of the fairway.
Settles down a bit into the rough. It'll be a bit tricky.
There we can see the ball positions for our second group. Reed in the fairway. Garcia is in the bunker in the middle of the fairway, so he might have some challenges. I'm sure that John Morgan will be able to bring us up to date on what's going on here with both Reed and Garcia.
Yeah, thanks, Jay. We got 160 yards and 120 yards for Garcia. Reed coming in, like I say, with 160, just crept back onto the fairway from off this tee, first tee.
That's gonna get there, huh? I think so. 152 down with this wind. Side flies 155 to 156. Any type of release. Slightly uphill putt.
Well, that's what he's trying to do. Hit that 156. If he can land it there, he'll hop forward nicely to this back right pin today. A little bit down the breeze.
He's a man generally that has fantastic distance control. Not so much direction on that occasion, but he always reminds me a bit of Colin Montgomery. Always pin high.
Your commentator, Jinx, is very high right now.
Oh, I'm on a.
You're 2 for 2.
I'm on a run. I mean, maybe I'll just take off the next 4 hours and these guys will all play well.
Please don't. John, what does this shot look like?
Well, it's a lovely lie, Jay, in the bunker. He's far enough away from the lip, and he's close enough to not really worry about what club he needs to use. He's got 120 yards to go, slightly down the breeze. It's all about getting a nice crisp strike, though. All the trouble lurks just beyond this pin, because the pin is 37 on, right at the back right-hand side of this green. Catch this a little bit heavy, you can leave yourself in a bit of spot of bother, with the bunker just looking short. But this is just a crisp sand iron, strong one at that.
Just all about making clean contact out of the bunker, and Garcia does a wonderful shot. Great contact and distance control.
He's like Seve used to be. The harder the shot, the better he gets.
We saw Kawamura's tee shot at the par 5 second. Nicholas Colsarts is following this group. Good morning, Nicholas.
Good morning, everyone. As we look at Kawamura, who's just laying up with an iron. Maybe just a bit too far for him to reach this par 5 second in 2. He's done that perfectly well. But now it's a total different proposition for Keimer, as he has 275 for the hole here on the second, and he's got a perfect lie because he's sitting a little bit uphill to this short flag, where the only way to get close is actually that lie is going to help him to send the ball up in the air and try to get this to land as softly as possible.
Now, Nico, it's so nice to have you on our team, your maiden week of on course. But how do you call shots for human beings? Because you were always a bit of a gorilla.
Well, just because I've actually played a lot with these guys. And basically, golf shots are dictated by, number one, the lie. So here, knowing that Keimer likes a bit of left to right, he's sitting a little bit uphill. He's hit 2 decent shots down the first 2 holes, and he's going for it. Why not?
Certainly a good opportunity for Keimer here. As Nicholas said, uphill lie, launching pad. And a good safe play there. A little bit over the green, but plenty of green to work with. Certainly much better than being in that front bunker, where it could be a bad lie with not much green to work with.
Well, Reed prowling this putt here at the first, all uphill, and it's 2 different kinds of greens. You can see it just running diagonally across him there. As you get over his putt, it's looking all nice and dark for the first 10 feet. Next 10 feet, all nice and crisp and gleaming. So it tells you that the pace of this putt will change dramatically down the green. It's playing uphill, and just a couple of feet to go, it will change and go downhill towards the back right edge of this green. It will be breaking off his right hand side as well. He'll be happy just to cozy this one up hole side. First putt of the day.
That's a super try from there. Generally, I mean, the Americans, and I've played a lot on grain and the Florida swings and things over the years, they won't struggle with reading grain at all. And he's a seriously good putter on top of it.
And this is Bermuda Tiff Eagle, a grass that the Americans are very familiar putting on. Wonderful putting surface. They do get a little bit of grain, but as Tony said earlier, they cut it down so low that there's very little grain as far as breaks, mostly just on speed. There you can see Garcia played that wonderful fairway bunker shot to 4 feet 9 inches, and this is the putt now.
Yeah, how good was that, Jay? What a start. Now, this would be the perfect start. Little breaker off the left down the hill for his opening birdie if he can slot this one in.
Fantastic start for the former Masters champion, and when he won at Augusta, he putted with his eyes closed. You never know. Golfers will do whatever it takes to get the ball in the hole in the fewest number of shots. Those of you at home, it's not about looks. Golf is a numbers game. Third shot for Kawamura.
All about wedge control, distance control. You see the changes of grain. That's going to be quite a tough one to read.
Beautiful bunkering here on this Greg Norman designed earth course at the Jumeirah Golf Estates. There is leaderboard Joachim Lagergren. He is 2 under par. Leads the way at the moment. James Morrison was first out with a marker on his own. Morrison picked up a bogey at the 5th. He previously was 2 under par. Lagergren birdied the 1st and the 3rd. Pars at 2 and 4. A nice day for scoring, and the greens are perfect. If you get the putter rolling today, Tony, you have to think you can make it every time.
Yeah, you would expect scoring to be very good. Tiny bit of breeze out there, but not much. Second hole, 583-yard par 5, which in old money would have been a monster, but not for these lads these days. They hit it so far. Bunker up the right, only 254 to carry, not in play at all.
like it shows confidence when a guy has a putt of that distance and doesn't overread it. You can see the tee shots for Reed and Garcia, both in the fairway, perfect positions.
Wow, quite a difference in distance. We know Sergio is long when he wants to be. He has that ability to just turn on the taps and gain another 20 or 30 yards.
265, 271. 276.
You can see Rory McIlroy, not surprisingly, leading the scoring average in the European Tour.
It's not that bad, is it, to that flag?
It's not too bad. I want to say the left one is a little tougher.
Yeah, but that one's fine.
Yeah.
Huh? I mean, you'd think it threw it up there.
Yeah, get it up there and figure it out. Turn your thing on, bud. Oh, okay.
On how much of the flags, if any, can Reed see?
Okay, target.
Yeah, looks like it's just the tower is kind of right side of them.
Commit to it, put it there.
Well, as you've seen, Jay, had to step to the left, Patrick Reed, just to have a good little look at the top of this flag. He's down on the low side on this right-hand side, not being able to hit it as far as Sergio Garcia. He's got 282, and this is everything he's got if he wants to get home.
Get right. Right.
Push it a little bit.
Right.
Oh, just barely crept over the bunker, and that will be an eagle chip. He'll be taking dead aim at that one. Pretty easy one coming up, I should think.
I would have thought he'd be calling, get left, get left. That just made it, didn't it?
It's a love a strike with the 3-wood there from Patrick Reed to get even close to this, where that pin is looking at just on 5 on it is. And Sergio with that monstrous drive. Outdone Patrick Reed by quite a distance. He's got 249 yards. Needs height on this one if he wants it to stick close to this flag that's looking at the front of this green.
Well, he's setting up well left. John looks like he's going to try and hit a high cut. He got the left to right portion. He's back there in Martin Keimer territory.
Yeah, and he'll end up with a tougher shot than Reed, which will disappoint him just going in with the iron.
You can see the numbers for Sergio Garcia, currently 44th in the official Golf World Rankings. 11 PGA Tour wins, 16 on the European Tour. Funny enough, he's had 6 wins and 6 losses in playoffs on the European Tour, 4 wins, 4 losses on the U.S. Tour. That is a tremendous number of playoffs to have been in.
Wow, it really is,
20
isn't it?
playoffs.
Now, that really is high.
And you would think he would be better than 50-50, a player of Sergio's ability.
Yeah, and he's good under the cosh, isn't he? You know, he's proved that at Ryder Cups. In man-to-man, head-to-head confrontations, highest point scorer ever in the Ryder Cup.
By far.
By far. But, you know, playoffs, Jay. You know, it's just... I always said, tournaments halved should be halved. Share the trophy, 6 months each. It's always difficult, though, when you get a 6-way tie.
I would have never shared with you because you're in a higher tax range than I am. I would lose out on the tax money. There you can see tee shots for Keimer and Kawamura at the third. Left hole location might prove a little difficult from that left rough.
A couple of yards less on this left side, left to left.
Got Martin Keimer with 100-something 9 yards. I didn't really quite get the message. This is my first mistake of the morning, ladies and gentlemen. But he's got a nice little lie in the rough. You've got a back left pin. Anything you need to do here is find your landing spot about 5 short, 5 right. Let the slope of the green from right to left. Use this to get really close. You can get this really close. Both players can get this really close, actually. So this becomes a really birdie hole.
36 deep on that side, so that's 8. So that takes that to 73. we need absolute minimum would be 55. Think you can?
Craig,
Yeah,
Colin,
I mean, if you're
Connolly.
feeling it, yeah. But 73 back edge.
There he is, known as Wee Man. They've been a great team for a long time, these two.
Aim a little bit right, went with a longer club. They went from talking about the minimum carry to the back edge of the green.
Yeah, good looking shot there. Well done.
And pretty close to where he hit it. So that's just an idea of how these great players work their way around and try and figure out how to avoid trouble as we go down to number 2 green and Sergio Garcia.
Yeah, a bit of sprinkler head problem going on here for Sergio Garcia. Patrick Reed just coming over to assess, asking his advice.
I'd say definitely get that on the way through. Yeah, it's going to be there, which is, yeah. I mean, I would definitely, I agree with that, for sure. Yeah.
Sprinkler head there. Brought in his playing companion and marker, which is always very important to get the okay. No need to call for a referee. A very straightforward drop away from a sprinkler head.
Yeah, and a little bit of breeze just popping up, Jay. I've got to say, in this last 60 seconds. That's a statement for what might be ahead if the wind's going to get up. It's going to be a tough day at the office for these chaps.
I always like to see a bit of wind, John. Just makes these guys play shots, think a little bit.
Amen to that.
Here you can see the par 5 scoring of the DP World Tour Championship. Rory McIlroy 74 under par. Francesco Molinari 64 under. Keimer 61. Garcia 60. These guys love to beat up the par 5s.
I'll say Patrick Reed looking good over just shy of this green though, Jay. He's got a golden opportunity to hold out for an eagle. Pretty straight uphill chip. Well, Sergio's got a really lengthy number after his drop there. He's opted for a putt here, and it's a big, long, pretty straight, I got to say, for the first 3/4 of this putt. But then the last kind of 10 feet, the ball starts swinging a little bit from left to right.
Well, John just gave his description of what's going on. There you can see the graphic that shows some of the slopes that Sergio has to deal with. Certainly in the middle part, there's a little bit of a shelf he has to go down. We saw Kawamura's putt from much shorter on this line get away from him and slide several feet past the hole. Might be tough to judge the distance, John.
Oh, very much so. And they're tough greens. They're big greens. They're undulating. They're in kind of 4 quadrants every green. You know, so there's, you know, if you've got a really lengthy putt on your hands, TJ, you know, it's not going to be easy. Expect a lot of swing and a lot of feel. And as you were making reference to with the grain, the pace is a big factor as well. That's when the green will come into its own.
And the grain on this fringe, he has got a lot of fringe to go through, but it is into him. Important what it does over that first foot, if it takes a bounce or not. Well, yeah, it got skipping a little. And, well, it didn't really knock it offline. I think that was just quite a misread, actually. Bounced straight.
Yeah, John certainly had the idea that Sergio missed. It was going left to right towards the end.
Kawamura left himself a tough chip there, and he's done well with it.
Oh, no messing around here. Super confident Patrick Reed over this. Little breaker off the right.
Reed will be disappointed in that. One of the best short games in the business, and that was a pretty straightforward one.
He looks at the face of the club. I think he might have just got a little bit of grass between club and ball, and that shows the the mark of a man who's confident with his chipping. I mean, a lot of guys would have opted to putt that, not Reed. He's as good with the little chips as he is with the putter.
Keimer, after that good second shot at the third from the left rough, downhill right to lefter for birdie for 2 in a row.
Yeah, just a little shy. Got a little nervous of the pace. Surprised, not surprising. It's quick down there. Back to Garcia. There you go. You'll be pleased with that because that drive was fabulous.
Great start, birdie for the Spaniard. Best he's ever finished in the Race to Dubai rankings was second. That was in 2017.
Yeah. Now I'm 2 for 2 in bad calls, Jay, but I'd have to say with Reed, I feel fairly confident in saying he's one of the very best in the world inside of 6 feet. Whew, I've survived.
You're back.
I mean, but I'm safe. You know, when you call it, he's going to hold us from a foot. I'm pretty good at that.
Straight uphill from 3 feet. You're just working your confidence back after a poor start, aren't you?
Yes. I was devastated after the first hole.
And we saw that good pitch shot from over the green from Masahiro Kawamura. This for par. A little bit of right. Let's just look at that putting surface like a billiard table. He was going for the right to left, and it didn't break. So par bogey for the one-time winner on the Japan Golf Tour. And we are at Jumeirah Golf Estates playing the Earth course for the first round here, the DP World Tour Championship. You are watching feature group coverage. Sergio Garcia, one of our headliners, currently in second place, following Joachim Lagergren, who birdied the 5th hole, birdied 1, 3, and 5 for the Swede, off to a dream start.
Third hole, 452 yards, 3 fairway bunkers to contend with. Just got to get it down there, short of that left-hand one. And then it leaves a nice shot into a green that is angled from right to left. Flag is back left today, and the slope of the green is away from you once you get over that bunker. So also a fairly awkward one. You've got to really work out where you want to land your second shot.
Once again, Sergio going with the driver. Why wouldn't you, the way he drives the ball?
I saw it a couple of months ago. He started getting into that problem with the regripping that he had a few years ago, where he just couldn't pull the trigger. But it's nice to see that he sorted that. 2 or 3 regrips, which is standard.
Yeah, good hole this one, chaps. All uphill tee shot. Bunker lurks in the middle of this fairway, 300 off the tee. Sergio looks like he's just shy of it with driver. Patrick Reed going with driver as well, aiming at right half of this fairway.
Come on. Get a left. Do something.
Yeah, carried straight into the bunker. It's 302 to carry. He hasn't quite got the firepower for that.
Another look at the leaderboard. Lagergren leads the way. He's birdied 3 out of the first 6 holes. Garcia birdied the first 2. Wind is starting to kick up a little bit. What type of challenges will that pose for the players today? Reed picked up that birdie at the second hole of par 5, which is really a gimme hole, especially if you hit a good tee shot. Sam Horsfield and John Catlin both even par through 5 and 4 holes respectively. It's not a gimme course, but if you're on your game, you can go low. But if the wind blows, and John Morgan was just saying, starting to kick up a little bit, I think it's supposed to get into the high teens gusting a little bit in the middle of the afternoon, but for the most part, it's not supposed to be any high sustained winds today.
Well, all of those guys on the leaderboard, the guy that would pray for the wind most is Garcia, because he's so able to shape the ball and do anything he likes with the golf ball, and he quite enjoys playing in the wind. He likes the challenge of it.
Arguably the best driver of the golf ball in probably the last 25 years.
Yeah, I would say him, Molinari, Francesco, that is, and Lee Westwood. Be hard to pick a, but Garcia.
Let's not forget an Australian guy as well.
Which
Come
one?
on, I'm testing you. Peter O'Malley.
Ah, yes, but you said recent years. We're going back to.
I said the last 25.
We're going way back into the last century. Yeah, no, Pom, what a lovely guy. He was such a pleasure to have on the European Tour. Yes, and in terms of straightness,
He didn't curve the ball.
no, it was like a ruler, literally like a ruler. It was amazing.
Yeah, he'd be in trouble if he aimed crooked because it wouldn't curve back
No,
on
that's just
line.
where the ball was going.
There you can see today's weather. Moderate temperature, 24 to 26 degrees centigrade, and there you can see the wind, 5 to 10 miles an hour sustained. We'll get some gusts a little bit higher towards the mid part of the day, which is typical here in the desert. As the landmass starts to heat up, you get the breeze blowing towards the cooler air over the Gulf. Fairly typical. The players know what to expect.
That was well said. That was described like a true pilot, Jay. Now that you've got your pilot's license, you know all this stuff now.
Oh, you have to pay attention to that kind of stuff, don't you? Reed just pacing things off there. He flew it in the bunker here at the third, which might pose some problems. It'll all be lie dependent. Both Garcia and Reed in the bunker. Reed will be first from 202 yards, John.
Yeah, he's drawn a lovely lie. Both players have actually in their bunkers, but Sergio just crept in that far bunker that's down in the middle of the fairway. So that's 2 fairway bunkers he's found. You know, gunning it straight down the middle, but finding the beach. Now, Patrick Reed, 202 yards, beautiful lie, set well back in the bunker, and this is a devilish pin though. Over on that left-hand side, all topsy-turvy green this one. It all slopes down from right to left as well. It will feed down from right to left to where this back left pin is today. Breeze slightly off his right-hand side for this second shot.
Feels like it. Feel like the 6, but
Pin today, 31 on. It's a really topsy-turvy number, I gotta tell you.
yeah, 85. And we kind of just look at that tree, and then especially with the wind, you should kind of push it towards that flag. So just make sure your cell phones are on silent and hold still, please.
I love that stat. On this particular hole in this tournament, he's only hit the green 55% of the time. 2 birdies.
It's that great building.
He spends too
is
much
just
time in his
right
bunker.
at the center of the tree.
Well, the tree he's talking about is just left of the camera tower. That's where he's going to be aiming. Let the wind do the rest in his natural shape to get it towards this left pin today. This will just be a channel 6 iron, nip it off the top.
Can he up his percentage?
Where is it?
There it is, front third of the green. It'll be a tricky putt from that position. Certainly not a flat one. Can Sergio do any better? Also in the fairway bunker, but much closer.
Yeah, a lot closer, Jay. 159 yards. And obviously after that bunker shot he played at the first from the fairway, he could do with that again. That was all of like 4 feet he got it to on that first hole. Could do with it here, but this is a tough number. Big bunker lurks just shy of the screen on the left-hand side, looking pretty intimidating. But nice lie in this bunker. No qualms, lips not in place, far enough back. Hit whatever he likes out of this.
Quite a feature of this golf course, big bunkers in front of greens. You don't see a lot of the landing areas on the green surface. Several tee shots as well where you're hitting over mounds. You don't really see the ball finish.
A lot of playing by numbers as we go to Keimer. shot at the par 4, a long par 3 today, 249 yards, and that bunker shot from Keimer gets away from him a little bit. Kawamura has already played. We'll see where he is in 2 here in a moment or two as we look down the fairway from behind 3 green at Sergio Garcia. Do a little cleanup work on the club. He won't know that he's just off the edge of the green, but he is.
We're going to have a look at Martin Keimer and Kawamura trying to save par on this very long and difficult first par 3 of the front 9, number 4, playing just shy of 250 yards. This is the first hole on the course that really tests a set of skills. You know, you have to look, you have to hit that long iron, trying to pitch this soft. I was surprised of how far both players pitched this ball left. Martin Keimer's missed a few shots left already today with the driver and this long iron. Now he's got a right to left putt to try to save par.
I'll probably just hit that through the break. It was breaking right to left, a little bit too much pace for the line he chose, so it'll be at least a 4 at the par 3 fourth for Keimer.
Nico, quick question for you. Having always been an extremely long player, do you like 250-yard par 3s, or do you prefer the sort of 150-yarder with a really clever, tricky designed green?
My answer would be, on behalf of all professional golf, we don't like 250-yarders. I mean, think of all the best par 3s in the world, wherever you go to Royal Melbourne, Augusta National, Pine Valley. I mean, they're all short stuff with small greens, nice pin positions, very definite of the tee. This here doesn't really get me excited.
Well, I loved you before, Nico, but I love you even more now.
Kawamura to save his par and rattles it in with speed. He remains 1 over par. And anytime you make a 3 at the 4th, you are happy to head to the 5th. Let's go down to the 3rd green, and there we can see Patrick Reed, 78 feet 7 inches, and quite a bit of real estate and slopes, John, to deal with between Reed and the hole.
Oh my goodness, yeah, this is a slick one here, Jay. Down the hill, there's a little bit of hint of left to right early doors in this putt. It will come back at him though from right to left, but it is straight downhill, down grain as well.
Morgie, on these undulating greens, there's no point this week where you're going to get a 78-footer that hasn't got multiple breaks, is there?
No, I mean, my goodness, the creativity, the imagination, everything, feel, massive factor, huge factor. But this man, Patrick Reed, we've seen it time and time again. When this putter starts working, I think many better in the game.
Looks like it won't get there, but it is downhill the whole way and now needs the brakes. Man, you know what? Okay, it's 6 feet away and you think, oh, that's okay. It's better than that. It's so difficult to gauge the speed down there.
You always feel fun when you're saying, go, 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 go. Oh, no, sit, sit, sit. That was definitely the case there for Reed.
I mean, that just proves it, guys, doesn't it? How slick that was down that hill there. My goodness. Great touch there from Patrick Reed. He's given himself probably the best putt you could ask for. He's going to have a straight uphiller to save his par. Sergio just a whisker off the green on this left-hand side. He's left himself probably the easiest putt you can give yourself, apart from it being half the distance.
Once again, a great graphic there. Of course, Rory McIlroy, one of the best players in the history of the game, leads the way, 141 under par. But Sergio Garcia going for 101 under par if he can hold this one. This would be a start of 3 birdies in a row.
Well, let's wish him all the best of luck here. This is just a pretty much straight up hiller. Be nice and firm with this one, Jake. Golden opportunity here.
Oh, he had it right on line. Wow. Maybe just bounced a little coming off the fringe. Well, his hopes of birding all 18 holes in a row are gone.
I like your thinking, Mr. Townsend. I like your thinking.
Well, he's birdied them all
So far.
in history.
Yeah.
On this golf course, his ringer score, which is the lowest score you've ever made on each hole on a golf course. That's your ringer score. He's birdied them all, if not eagle one or two. Why not? A little bit of work going on here for Patrick Reed. Let's go to the 5th tee and Nicholas Colsaerts.
Martin Keimer with most likely a driver on 5, and it's funny because 5 is the first hole where you really get a sense of how windy it's just become. Couldn't feel it on 4, but you get to 5, get past the trees, and it starts to get windy as Keimer just find the middle of the fairway with his driver.
Always looks so calm, Keimer, doesn't he? And in control of his mind, his mentality, his frustration, which everybody will have in this game.
Now we saw Reed and his caddy grinding this one out. His caddy is also his brother-in-law. Uphill left to right. Fantastic 2-putt right there, Tony.
I told you he was good from 6 feet, Jay.
Yes, you did.
Yes, 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 I got one right.
You're 2 for 2 now. Let's have a look at how the leaderboard stands here. Early days in this first round of the DP World Tour Championship. You're watching feature groups. We're following Garcia and Reed, as well as Keimer and Kawamura. Lagergren leads the way. 3 birdies in 6 holes, 3 under par. Max Keifer, he's joined Garcia at 2 under par through 5 holes. And let's go down and have a look at the 4th hole, Tony.
Yeah, we said earlier 249 yards. I think on both courses, the fire and the earth, the one thing that is missing is a short, intricate par 3. They're generally quite long. You know, I appreciate that courses have, the par 3s have got longer because some of the guys will get there with an iron, but not everybody. So I think, you know, I would like it a little shorter if I was out there, and a medium hitter.
I agree with both you and Nicholas talking about the shorter par 3s. This one is a bit downhill, so plays shorter than his yardage, John.
It does. There's a little bit down breeze off the left-hand side to get good access to this back pin today. It's playing its full yardage, a whopping 249 yards. My goodness. Now, Sergio, the longest probably iron in the bag. He's going to have to take a little bit off this. He might overshoot it. Pin's in the most narrowest bit of the screen, right at the very back of it. Pitch it in the middle if you can, if you're accurate enough from this distance. He's had it on a piece of string so far, the ball. I put the curse on him.
He has hit it in 2 fairway bunkers so far today in the first 3 holes, but both of those fairway bunkers were in the middle of the fairway. Safely on the green for Garcia.
That I could hit 5 wood. Pretty good target put there.
I mean, with the weather out here, supreme. Lots of water on board. Stay hydrated for the players. It's a must out here in these hot conditions. We see Reed here. This is just a 3-iron. Just a 3-iron on a par 3. My goodness.
And a good shot for Reed. Birdie opportunity to come for the former Masters champion, playing alongside Sergio Garcia, also a Masters champion. And let's just have a look at how Garcia got his round started.
I'm pointing back.
Found the fairway bunker at the first. Tough flag, tough shot, but not for Senor Garcia. An absolute ripper.
He would go on to make that for a birdie at the first. over the green in 2 at the par 5 second, and 2 putts from the back right fringe. So Garcia off to a dream start, birdie.
Yeah, he looks like a man on a bit of a mission, doesn't he? You know, nice way to round off the season. Take care of this one. DP World Tour Championship. Some nice Christmas presents, Joe.
Yes, no doubt. I think he can probably afford a Christmas present or two. Sergio Garcia has won over 30 million euro just on the European Tour. Certainly he's been a money-making machine, as the players say. He's an ATM. Just money flows out of him. And why not? Such a consistent player. As we look down the 5th fairway, and Martin Keimer with his second. Uphill second shot here. Players can't see the bottom of the flagstick at the 5th. There's Garcia approaching the 4th green. Sorry about that. We had a little technical difficulty there at the 5th fairway. Garcia wasn't happy with his tee shot at the 4th. Left himself a lengthy birdie putt. But anytime you're on the green, not too bad here at the 4th. And doing what you should do, pitching your pitch mark. My wife calls those dents. Did I make a dent?
Yes, for a little skid.
There you can see the length of the putt facing Garcia. He's going to take a walk out to the side and have a look.
Thanks a lot.
So Reed with a good birdie putt coming up there from just over 12 feet. Garcia just over 46 feet. And certainly a little bit more difficulty there with the slope coming off that bunker to the right for Garcia. I know John Morgan has had a look here.
Yeah, a little hint off the right-hand side here, Jay. I don't think he's going to do a great deal of movement, but it will move off that right. Watch Patrick Reed walk in to see what this is going to do. Closer to the hole. Here he comes.
Yeah, that's a fine effort. I mean, Garcia over his career has been very streaky with the putter. You know, he's won a lot of tournaments, so he has weeks where he putts well, but generally speaking, over his career, his putting hasn't matched the caliber of his long game.
Kawamura came up a little bit short there, Nicholas.
Not an easy one to judge. I mean, grain into down grain the last 4th of it, but it's given a great look to Keimer. He knows now this going right to left exactly how much outside the hole he's going to have to go. So
yeah, that would have been a big help to Reed.
What a golden opportunity to make a 2 here, Tony. Just a right edge putt, keep it nice and firm. He's gone for outside.
Another 6 inches of pace. He had that.
Disappointment or, okay, I made a 3 in a tough hole?
Both. It's a mix, isn't it? I'm glad I made a 3 there and it's behind me, but I could have made a 2.
Birdie putt for Keimer, Nicholas.
Keimer for a really good birdie chance and finds right in the middle of it. Textbook birdie on number 5 for Keimer.
And picks up his second birdie of the day after that bogey at 4. Back to red numbers.
Yeah, it's always comforting to have an instant bounce back. You know, you have a bogey and then a couple of pars. It just lingers in your mind.
Pretty much the same putt for Kawamura, but it's still, I would think he would like something a bit shorter to safe bar and keep going with his round. Made a few mistakes already. See, that's just like the bad momentum that you can get early in a round some days.
Yeah, it's pretty much player fault when you miss a putt of that distance on these pure putting surfaces. Golf course fantastically prepared. Course superintendent Stuart Horwood. Of course, it's a Greg Norman design golf course. Now 4 players tied for the lead at 2 under par. Pulkinen, Keimer, Garcia, and last week's winner, Joachim B. Hansen. Of course, Joachim B. Hansen won last week on the same property, the Jumeirah Estates. The other golf course, and he'll be playing with a tremendous amount of confidence after winning on the fire course. We're playing the earth course this week, and you are watching featured group coverage. We're following groups 5 and 6. Martin Keimer, Masahiro, Kawamura, and this man, Sergio Garcia, playing alongside Patrick Reed.
And he's out with driver again, and why not, Jay? He steps on this 5th hole, plays a little bit up the hill, 407 yards, big bunker looks again in the middle of this fairway. He's got to dodge that one. It's about 305 to reach. Winds off the left. Just taking a little bit off that, I think.
Perfectly done. 90% of the fairways on this hole throughout his tournament history. Hit the green 80% of the time. One of the great ball strikers of all time. As you were saying earlier, Tony, it would be hard for his putting, though, to actually live up to his ball striking.
That's a good point. That really is a good point. But if it had, can you imagine how many majors he'd have under his belt?
1 each for these 2 players. Reed on the tee.
Get it. Swing.
Reed also going with the driver, and slips that one past Sergio, and Sergio's not short, even though he is into his 40s now.
(182), number 6, second par through the front 9 for Keimer. If there is one win where you can get this close to this front left pin, it's today. Win off the right. So I'm thinking Keimer would hit something like an 8-iron, just somewhere a bit safe still, probably 5-6 paces right of it. That would do the job.
Really good looking swing there. Really got over onto his left side, as Martin Keimer typically does. And as Nicholas Colsart said, a little right of the hole, safely beyond the hole. Good smart shot.
Yeah, I had a look at that hole this morning. That is one nasty pin position, Nico.
Yeah, this is actually the only really intimidating pin position on this number 6. You know, you feel like the flag is just behind the water, where you still have a little bit of space to land this ball, but you know the water's there on your mind when you get to this par 3 number 6. But Kawamura trying to follow Keimer, he's given him the perfect example of what needs to be done here. Not more than an 8 or 7-iron, maybe a bit shorter than Kawamura.
Kawamura, couple over par through the first 5 holes, eyeing that one, and ooh, that did not clear the water by a lot. I'm still looking forward to swing index coming up, and Tony Johnstone doing the swing analysis for Masahiro Kawamura.
Thank you. I might have a very short-lived case of laryngitis.
Never seen you speechless, Tony. A couple of Masters champions making their way down the 5th fairway. Both good tee shots. Both under par. Garcia birdied the first 2. Par 3 and 4. Patrick Reed birdied the par 5 second. Pars at 1, 3, and 4. So comfortably off to a good start in their opening round here at the DP World Tour Championship. Final event of the season in the European Tour. It's the final event of the European Tour. Next week it will be rebranded to the DP World Tour. A new era of golf, and the World Golf Tour starts next week.
Reed just sneaking it 5 yards past Sergio. I can't believe Sergio's 41. I played with Sergio when he was just about to turn pro. He was still an amateur in the Open Championship, and I thought, my goodness, this young man can play. Has he proved that? Wow, what a career.
34? Yeah.
He's coming in here, Tony, 128 yards up the hill. Pins on 20, just a couple off that left-hand side. The pin's just over that big left bunker. Breezes into his face, so he's able to send this a little bit past, juice it back towards the hole. They're stalling nicely in the breeze.
Wouldn't golf be easy if you hit it like that, Tony?
I never knew, and I'm never going to find out.
Yeah, ditto. John, it's fun to watch, isn't it?
Patrick really just double thinking there, just 4 yards closer, 124 total he's got. Here's Sergio Garcia. And can he get inside him? That's some shot there. Just taking a little bit off this one, needs a bit of height, which he's got. He's got the line.
Unusually offline for Reed. Don't think he quite got the strike on there that he anticipated.
When a professional is playing well with a wedge in hand, Tony, what is offline? 12 feet, 15 feet?
With a wedge, yeah, I'd say 12 feet you consider it, you know. Outside of 15 feet you've pushed or pulled it, no question.
This birdie putt coming up for Keimer Nicholas, it's a little bit more than 15 feet.
Yeah, it's just outside of that, yeah. I think this is like a sneaky one to read, actually. It looks like, from what I've looked, that the last end of it would like to go a little bit right to left, but very difficult to see. Let's see if I'm right, or maybe he's seen it.
Right in the hole for Keimer, no problem there. Both he and Nicholas Kolsarts read that one correctly. Keimer picks up his second birdie of the day. Excuse me, third birdie of the day. Gets it to 2 under par. Lone bogey at the par 3 fourth.
He's taking 3 months off after this tournament. Baby due on the 5th of January. Little boy. They know it's a little boy, and he cannot wait.
Yeah, certainly a life-changing experience. Why is Masahiro Kawamura playing at the DP World Tour Championship? Well, he made the most birdies on tour by a pretty good number, 401. Justin Harding, number 2 at 388. You're bound to have some good golf when you're making that many birdies. Could he pick up another one? Yes, he can. Birdie for Keimer and Kawamura at the 6th hole. Good stuff. First birdie of the day. Only man to make 400 birdies. That's a lot of birdies. I don't care if you play a ton of tournaments, Tony. You still have to do it.
Yes. It really is quite a number, isn't it? I think he looks like he's lost, headed off into the desert, forgot where he was going.
And now there are 6 at 2 under par. Alexander Bjork, Tapio Pulkkinen, Max Kiefer, Martin Keimer, Sergio Garcia, and Joachim B. Hansen, last week's winner, playing with a tremendous amount of confidence. Good scoring early days here in the first round of the DP Tour World Championship. And you're watching feature group coverage. And there you can see the ball positions at the 5th hole for Reed and Garcia.
Expected the second half of that putt to be a lot quicker, or he didn't anticipate how slow the first part was.
John, that was not an easy putt for Reed there. Certainly an easier one for Garcia.
Oh my goodness, Jay, yeah, it was a wonderful shot from Garcia. Keeping it below the hole is a must as well. That gives you the golden opportunity that you be nice and firm with your putts. Anything above where this hole is today is lightning fast. This was just right half, if anything, nice and firm.
Sergio Garcia Gets it to 3 under par. Dream start, of course, playing on an invite. He didn't play enough tournaments, mainly due to COVID. Would have qualified on merit had he not. He's not eligible for the bonus pool because of playing on the invite status. Both of these players played on invites. Same situation for Reed, John, and this is about a 4-footer, it looks like.
Yeah, this is going to make your knees knock, Jay. A little bit off the right-hand side as well.
It's going to make his knees knock, not mine.
Not yours, mate. You're all right. Your knees are fine. This one's just a little right edger. Keep it nice and firm. Ooh.
That was a bold putt there. It went in with a lot of speed.
He never looks even slightly phased by putts of that length.
You know, only 2 things can happen when you're putting.
Make it or miss it.
Correct. You can do more than 2 things with this tee shot at 7. Keimer with the driver.
Oh, and he's done one of the things he didn't want to do. He's lost that way right. Oh, there's bushes. There's all sorts of stuff out there. That's unusually cockeyed for Keimer.
Yeah, he doesn't hit the ball offline very often.
That'll be a provisional, I reckon.
Kawamura ready to go, teeing up from the right side, likely playing a cut shot from left to right.
A low chaser. Yeah, getting a little bit of scuttle out of it. Yeah, just stopping the traffic for a provisional, which Keimer is going to hit.
And back on the 6th tee, the second par 3 on this opening 9. And we've talked about the water in front of the green. Let's have a look, Tony.
Yeah, wide green. Not that deep, but very wide. And that pin today, when you stand on that tee and look at it, it looks like the pin is floating on a little raft on the edge of the water. Tough to get to. The only tougher flag, they might bring it shorter, just over those little green arrows there in one of the rounds. But it's not easy to get at for the average human. I don't think it'll worry Garcia. Only thing you don't want to do is pull it, because the water goes up to almost level with the flag here. Anything left is in danger. Leaning a little, pushed it a touch.
That's a nice, safe line, though. I think John Morgan would be happy with that one.
Oh, definitely, Jay. Definitely. And our main man, Nicholas Colsart's made reference. It's the ideal wind, actually. It's off the right-hand side. Sergio's just hit it, like Nico was saying, a couple of yards just to the right of this pin, just left it out there. But it's a devilish pin, like you said, Jay and Tony. That being on the left, it looks like it's on a little rafter. It's not even a part of this green. Big old wide green, this one, like you're making reference to, but it's water from start to finish. 182 yards for Patrick Reed to deal with.
He's at all 5 of the first greens, but only once has he hit it close to the hole. And another safe tee shot for the Masters champion. Both he and Garcia have green jackets in their locker at Augusta National. Garcia leads the way, 3 under par through 5 holes in the opening round of the DP World Tour Championship.
Yeah.
I've got a green jacket, Jade. It used to be beige, but I painted it green just to see what it would feel like.
And how did it feel?
Didn't feel like I'd won the Masters.
No. I wonder what that does feel like, you know. I mean, it's just an iconic tournament. 4 majors. You had your choice. Which one would you want to win?
Open Championship.
Agreed. Yeah.
I think
definitely.
a lot of the Americans would say the Masters, no doubt. But, you know, to me, the Open Championship is the oldest. And, you know, having come from Rhodesia as it was then, you know, it was fresh out of being a British colony. You know, and you saw more of the Open Championship. And, you know, it was the British Open. I mean, we used to call it the British Open.
Now it's called the Open.
Yeah, but, you know, around the world, people still call it the British Open, let's be fair, because when you're in America, you know, when you talk about the Open Championship, you're talking about your championship. You know, in South Africa, when you say I'm playing in the Open next week, you're talking about the South African Open Championship. But yes, to be absolutely correct, it is the Open Championship, and it is the one that I would like to have won.
I'm going to poke Dennis Hutchinson, our former colleague, and he's always watching down in South Africa. Hello, Dennis. South African Open Championship, third oldest championship in the world.
Well, some say the second.
Yeah, the first few were actually just kind of exhibitions. Keimer's in a bit of trouble here, Nicholas.
Well, he seriously got away with his tee shot because that's a good 30 paces right of playable. But he's found a swing, he's found a lie, and he doesn't have anything in front of him. He only needs to get it up some trees, but nothing too complicated.
Soft sand here. You have to make perfect contact to get it up and over the trees, as Nicholas Colsarts was telling us.
Shot.
Somebody said good shot. And it is, he's done well. He was lucky to avoid all those bushes.
Back on the 6th green, and first to punt will be Sergio Garcia. And will Patrick Reed learn anything from this putt? John Morgan will tell us.
You sure will, Jay. I mean, this is part of the green where it actually goes away from you, the left-hand side of this green, and towards the back portion. The front right-hand side is where it faces you back towards the water. So this one's going to move off his left for Sergio Garcia.
That was an interesting stat. Is the last 3 times he's played this hole, he's 5 over par. Double bogey, bogey, and double bogey. He'll be quite overjoyed to get out of here with a par.
It's funny how sometimes a hole just doesn't suit a player's eye.
Yeah, and even from year to year, it lingers in the memory, doesn't it? You get on the tee and, you know, you're not thinking about double bogey, bogey, double bogey, but somewhere in the subconscious it's there. It's tickling.
What makes a hole difficult for a player? It just doesn't suit them. Why doesn't it suit them?
Well, I think it's, you know, it's down to your natural shape. It's down to where the pin position is. And, you know, I often think it's how you play it the first few times. So you play your first tournament here and you make a mess of a hole. Forever, for some reason, it's just there. Not at a conscious level, but it just plays tricks with your mind.
Reed lining this one up. He's trying to pick up a birdie 2 here on what can be, for some players, as we've seen, difficult hole.
I mean, it's probably a nice refreshing change. The wind's off the right here. You're able to aim really at the centre of this green and let the wind do the rest instead of taking it on, because it does dangle the carrot. As we see Patrick Reed, little breaker off the left for his 2.
Oh, well, that was a good effort right there. He takes a step back. Clearly surprised by the way the ball broke towards the end. There you can see the tee shot for Martin Keimer, extricated it out to the fairway. Now his 3rd shot, Nicholas, has 225 yards.
And this is going to play a lot more because you're going uphill into the wind. He's got a rescue out, trying to find his back pin on par 5. You need everything right on this.
Yeah, he just wants to get out of here with a pass somehow. And misses the surface. And, well, he's got to go through quite a sharp little hollow there.
You can also see the wind tugging at his shirt, starting to get a bit breezy.
Definitely picking up.
2-time major champion, 2010 PGA Championship, 2014 his last win worldwide. 2014 U.S. Open, 11 wins on the European Tour, 4 Ryder Cup appearances, and of course a former world #1 in 2011 when he held that position for 8 weeks. Something you can never take away once you're world #1, and what a great feat that is. He's been a fantastic player, and it was really just down the road in Abu Dhabi, the HSBC Championship, where He lost a 10-shot lead with 14 holes to go and has not won since. It kind of left a mark.
There's no question, Jay. I think it seriously damaged his confidence, and so far I don't think he's got over it completely.
Doesn't seem to be. Tee shot at 7 for Garcia, John. Garcia has the driver out.
Yeah, he's going to have to step on this. Want to get home in 2 into the breeze, and quite a stiff breeze as well, getting up a little bit more than it was early doors in their rounds. And like he's playing uphill, ball's not running that far, so it's all carry. Got to thread it through between all these bunkers that look up this beautiful par 5 7th. Good crowds following them now up the right hand side of this hole. All looking on, getting inspired, learning a few little tricks of the trade.
Ooh, it was heading left early on. Oh my goodness, he needs Keimer's luck, because there is some seriously rough stuff out there.
Unusual wide tee shot for Garcia. We've talked already today. He is one of the greatest drivers in the history of the game. Now looking at Reed.
Yeah, Patrick Reed here. I don't know if he's going to go for the high ball flight, try and cut it through the breeze. He's going to go for a little low penetrator from right to left. Right half of the fairway, feed it up there.
Yeah, that's drilled.
And that's only just pitched on the fairway.
Huh.
That's how far this hole's playing, Tony.
Kawamura laid up on this par 5. Not a long hitter. This is his 3rd shot up the hill.
Yeah, he averages 296. He's 112th in driving distance, so shorter than average. And Garcia now has gone the other way. Very strange for a driver of his skill and caliber. Be wondering down there, you know, what has caused that? Is it the grip? Is it the stance?
He leads the way, but he's in trouble at 7.
It's a lousy feeling, isn't it, Jay, when you've pull hooked one and then blocked one. That's exactly.
Why are you asking me? How would I know?
But you know the feeling. He's wondering what is the cause.
A little bit of a tricky chip shot here for Keimer. Big slope to deal with. Going around the left side of that bowl. Did he get it up high enough? Oh, just. That wasn't far from rolling back to the front left fringe. The severity of that 7th green. Nicholas Kawamura now has about 25 feet for birdie.
Not a lot of luck in this. Not a lot of break. But, you know, this is like the rounds where you want something to happen. And I think we'd like to see something happen for our Japanese friend here to get this round going. This could be one of them. Need a bit of help at times from the golfing gods.
Yeah, he watched it for a long time there. You can see he was expecting it to break left to right at the death, and it just carried straight on.
Kawamura will remain 1 over par. Only 2 players on the golf course so far. 21 have started their rounds and finished at least 1 hole. And Kawamura and Adri Arnaus both 1 over par. The only 2 to be over par in this opening round of the DP World Tour Championship. And of course, you're watching feature group coverage. I'm Jay Townsend. Next to me is Tony Johnstone, bringing us the action from the golf course with Nicholas Colsaerts and John Morgan.
This was a very difficult chip for Keimer. I mean, he's done all the hard work trying to recuperate that very bad tee shot. I mean, the mission here, of course, is trying to save par, but that chip shot was very difficult. He had a bowl to deal with, a lot of slopes, a lot of sideways as well. Now he's got a bit of a tester to keep the momentum of this fantastic round going.
And he missed that putt, but let's face it, that bogey was a result of a poor tee shot. Sometimes, well, you might have missed a short putt and made a bogey or whatever, but you need to always think back what caused the bogey, and it was a tee shot for the two-time major champion. And looking in the left trees at number 7, and well, there must have been a little bit of a search, I should think, John.
Well, I think Sergio's trying for a nice big old draw, get some extra yardage out of it up this hole. He's just overturned it. He's got fortunate. He's inbounds by just a couple of yards. He's not got much of a shot. There is access back out onto the fairway. A lot of trouble though, a lot of debris that's going to be in his way, a lot of overhanging branches. He's got to try and fly the bunker as well and come up shy of the far bunker that's over the other side of the fairway. If anyone can do it, Sergio can do it.
Morgie, he must have been really worried. I haven't wandered into that bundu over there. I didn't realise the out of bounds was inside the wall. That was dangerously close, wasn't it?
Me too, actually, Tony. I got up here and I was quite surprised, but he's actually got a backswing, so he can actually get some force behind the shot, which is going to help him get through this debris and all these kind of cluttery branches just, you know, hanging over him. There is a little avenue through it, so he's going to be, you can see him going to probably get pretty low and find himself a nice angle through. It's a tough hole, this one. It's playing a monster straight into the breeze up the hill. My goodness. This would easily take the wind out of your sails, this hole.
Oh, how he'd love to be my height right now. there would be no bending over. We'll come back to him. We will
I'm going to go this side. Just let me know if you need another clip.
just go and visit Martin Keimer on the tier date.
Nicholas, Keimer has a driver out. Does this tee shot suit Keimer?
Well, he can carry that left bunker, which I think is the perfect line for him, the right half of that left bunker. You've got a nice bunker to aim at the very end of the fairway where he's not running out, so downwind, this is perfect.
Looking swing, very free-flowing there, much better than on the previous hole for the two-time major champion, and he will unleash that one. That's a long one for Keimer, not a long hitter by any stretch of the imagination, ranked 155th in the tour this year in driving distance, only hitting at 289. I say only because that's pretty short by tour standards.
Yeah, that's down in the 320 region, I reckon. It's a biggie.
And Garcia now just trying to get it back to the fairway with his second after the errant tee shot at the par 5. Might have been a struggle. Oh yeah, he's had to carry that bunker right there. Not easy at all. The number one rule is don't compound your mistakes. Second, just a layup shot for Reed.
And not a great one.
Why do players with, I mean, they don't miss the green with that club. Why do professionals oftentimes don't lay up well?
It's weird, isn't it? I think it's a case of focus. You know, when you're going into a green, you've got the flag, you've got something specific to aim at. And it's more generalized when you're aiming at a fairway. Lack of focus, maybe.
Third shot here for Garcia, John.
Yeah, in the bunker. He's not going to be able to get this one too far up there. There's a big old lip in front of him. It's a good strike, though. This one will find the fairway.
Did what he had to do, got it in the fairway. Much better layup than Reed, who ended up in the rough, as we just discussed. And that's a pretty wide area to lay the ball up in. That's an unforced error for sure. You want to be in the fairway, being able to nip it for your third shot. Uphill, playing strictly by numbers. Can't really see the bottom of the flag stick.
I think he just got a little sand bath there.
And you are watching feature group coverage here at the DP World Tour Championship. If you want to have a say in what's going on, different ways to do it, at European Tour on Twitter and Instagram, the European Tour on Facebook, and European Tour on YouTube. We would love to hear from you, and we hope you're enjoying the coverage here in the first round at the Earth Course at the Jumeirah Golf Estates. Had a wonderful day in Dubai, the United Arab Emirates. Garcia struggling. Already played 3 on the par 5 7th hole. He is our current leader. 3 under par, birdies at 1, 2, and 5. Only man to do so. It's a beautiful morning. A little bit of breeze kicking up, Tony, making things a little bit more challenging.
Yeah, it certainly is. Jay, I presume their Twitter handle will change. I better remember to follow it. It'll be DP World Tour, won't it? Or
I should think so. They'll have to make some changes, and big changes on the European Tour. We'll talk about it more later. But a fantastic alliance was signed just a little bit more than a week ago with DP World, who's been the title sponsor here at the Tour Championship since 2015.
Other one up the hill, we're landing at 130. It's a perfect 8-iron. Yeah, but it's perfect there.
that's what you want to hear. It's a perfect 8-iron. You don't have to take any off. You don't have to give it any extra.
Yeah, that gives you all the confidence in the world from your caddy. 140 yards he's got you, but you can add another 7 to that. Plays that uphill into this breeze, add a little bit more on. So he's opting for another 8-iron here. And we're playing just over 152, 153 yards. Wants to take that front bunker out of play. That lurks just shy of this pin.
Just wants to try and get this in there somewhere within about 8 or 10 feet and give himself a chance. It was the perfect club, dead pin high, but further from the flag than he would have liked for a par putt.
One, two, three for Keimer. A little bit down off the left. This is all green lights. After pulling probably the best tee shot you can possibly hit on this 8th hole. Now he sees a little bit of dark grass just in front of that pin. So something just over the hole with a bit of check spin will be absolutely ideal.
Certainly a slope behind the hole that he can use. What a wonderful shot from Martin Keimer, trying for a little bounce back birdie. Kawamura is on the green, not near the hole, as we go back to 7. 108 yards left for Patrick Reed with his 3rd.
Yeah, thanks, Jay. He's got a nice lie in this right rough, actually. Pins above his stance. In one place you don't want to be is shy and left, but this is shy.
Go.
And that comes back to the poor layup shot that Tony and I were talking a few moments ago. No way he would have come up short in that bunker out of the fairway. An errant second shot is now making Reed struggle a little bit at the par 5, a hole that when the players tee up, they're thinking birdie 4. Now both Reed and Garcia are just hoping to be able to make a par 5. You never know. Even sometimes the benign looking holes can jump up and bite you. Bunker there in front of the hole you cannot see. Big bunkers that flash the front of the green. As Tony was saying earlier, oftentimes you can't see the bottom of the flagstick. Garcia in there with a nice one. That's his 4th shot. He has that left for par. Garcia will be, or excuse me, Reed will be hoping for a good lie. Coming in with a short iron, it could have buried in that front bunker.
Yeah, it could have. Let's have a look at the reaction. Normally the shoulders drop. It doesn't appear to be the case on this occasion. So hopefully he's got a decent lie.
Garcia has that putt to remain at 3 under par and hold the lead on his own as Garcia watches on. So too is John Morgan as Reed readies for his 4th.
Yeah, well, Jay, he's in a very deep bunker here, just shy of this green at 7. Big old lip on it, and the pin's just 5 on the green. And it's a difficult one because it's kind of like a little ridge that runs pretty much straight in front of him towards where the hole is once he gets out there, and if it's a little bit too far left, it will bank to the left, and there's a big old bowl it could catch and fairway down there. And this is slightly right of this flag. I don't think he's thinking about holding this one.
Is this the type of sand he can spin the ball?
No, it doesn't really want to give you it.
As you said, John, it released. It was a good bunker shot from a very deep one. He could only see the top of the flagstick.
Yeah, he is a really, really good bunker player. He's played that well too, so there wasn't much chance of getting it a lot closer, I don't think. Second shot, as you said a little while ago, Jay, when you work your way back as to what's caused an issue on a hole, you work that back and it's all about the layup. Missed the fairway. Bad mistake.
It's very important for you at home, excuse me just a minute, John, to when you're working on your game and trying to figure out, well, you know, how did I make a bogey or double bogey? Think backwards. What caused it? It wasn't necessarily the putt that you missed. Sorry, John.
You're bob on there, Jay. I was just going to make reference. It's very hard to spin a ball on these greens. They don't seem like they want to back up. And I was chatting to Patrick Reed yesterday, and he was letting me know about this. So he found it really tough to get access to certain front pins. You couldn't really back them up towards the flags. So, yeah, you got to really kind of play just short of it and, you know, hope for a little bit. Well, you will get the release. And Sergio here, well, I got to say, it was a great shot. Got his number spot on, pin eye right. I don't think this is going to do a lot either. This is a golden opportunity to scrape away and get out of jail with a par here at the 7th.
Momentum-wise, how important is this putt, John?
Huge, absolutely huge. He's got off to a flyer. He wants to keep that flying start going.
Good effort, but after that poor tee shot, it's a bogey 6 on a hole that they're looking to pick up birdies.
And a textbook birdie for Martin Keimer, number 8. Perfect drive, perfect wedge. Almost stoned it. 3 on 8 is a bonus, moving on to 9.
Keimer has not made a par since the 3rd. He's only made 2 in 8 holes. Mixed bag for Keimer. Let's have another look at this second shot into the 8th.
Yeah, just absolutely beautiful. So, can Reed scramble a par? In all honesty, they both made an absolute dog's breakfast of the 7th hole. But if you hold the putt, it's all forgotten, it's all forgiven. Move on. In a weird way, that almost feels as good as a birdie. You know you've got out of jail.
But it added some stress to his day, added some stress to his week after that layup in the rough, having to make that par putt. Oh, good par putt it was. Reed remains 1 under par through 7, as you can see, tied for 2nd. After the Garcia bogey at the 7th, he drops back into a 5-way tie for the lead at 2 under par. Polkinen, Catlin, 3-time winner of the European Tour, Martin Keimer, Garcia, and Christian Bezuidenhout, the very talented South African player. Never a surprise to see him up near the top of the leaderboard. Marcus Armitage, Victor Perez, Jamie Donaldson, Joachim B. Hansen also at 1 under par, tied for 6th. James Morrison, he's even par through 12 out on his own as a marker in this field of 53 players in the DP Tour World Championship. You're watching feature coverage, and some good players we are watching. 2 players, Keimer and Reed. Garcia and Kawamura are 4 we're watching. Only Kawamura is over par, 2 over par for the Japanese, just not having a good day as we look back to the 8th tee, and it will be Patrick Reed first.
Yeah, and this is going to suit his shape here, Jay. A little soft dog leg from right to left this 8th. 461 yards, par 4. A few bunkers lurking. You can go over the right half of that left one if you want. You don't want to go any more left of that. So you can go into where all the bracken is and the wood chippings and find yourself in a spot of bother. There's a big old bunker lurking in the far distant, the furthest one. And that's probably your best aim.
And well done by Reed. Big tee shot. Up into the bottleneck.
Well, Patrick Reed just came up just shy of that bunker that's in that far distance, like I told you about. That's about 356 off this tee. Sergio looks like he's got driver out, unless my eyes mistake me.
He has, Morgie. We've just zoomed back to the tee.
It's a beautiful hole as well. I mean, it's playing down the breeze off the right-hand side, really suiting the shape of these chaps here at 8.
Second hole in a row, a wide left for one of the best drivers in the world. That will be lie dependent over in the wood chipped area, it seems.
He got lucky there, Jay. I watched that till the very death. It actually rolled out of the wood chips and onto the grass, which is a huge break. Huge break. You wouldn't expect it to bounce right there, but it did.
Up to 9. Keimer with the driver. Uphill. 9th.
Another one going left.
Looks like a decent lie there. And there's not much rough this week. They overseed the rough with ryegrass, which is a cold weather grass, or cool weather grass. You don't get any cold weather here in Dubai. But there's been a lot of warm weather leading up to the event, so it hasn't really flourished yet. Important tee shot for Kawamura, a couple over par. Needs to get something going. Of the 25 players on the golf course, Kawamura trails the pack at 2 over par. 3 other players are 1 over par: Lagergren, Arnaus, and Antoine Rosner. Polkinen, Catlin, Keimer, Garcia, and Bezuidenhout lead the way 2 under par here in the first round of the DP World Tour Championship. And you're watching feature group coverage. Tony, how do you feel about the feature group coverage?
Honest opinion?
I asked.
Honest opinion, I absolutely love it. You know, we've got so much more time to talk about stuff and discuss shots and players and, you know, share our old war stories from the tour.
Some strategy.
Some strategy. No, I genuinely do love it.
We hope you're enjoying it as well at home. Certainly it is fun dealing with 4 players this week. They play in 2 balls. Only a field of 53 in the final event, the 40th event of the European Tour this year, culminating with the 4th and final Rolex Series event, which this one is just a little bit enhanced tournaments when they're Rolex Series events. As we look down from the green back down the fairway.
Yeah, are we talking about this 9th hole? Because we're talking about a 500-yard par 4 uphill into the wind. I'm not surprised to see Kawamura pulling a head cover out for this second shot. This is brutal. This is long, very long. And on top of that, you've got a pin that's 40 paces onto the green. Can't make par 4 this long.
Done well. Will it hang on? Will it hang on? Just.
That might not be a fun putt coming up, though.
No, no. It's not going to be fun at all. Look at it. Oh, my goodness.
As a player, you know, well, I'm on the green, but it's not going to be a pretty one. And then what does he's looking? Okay, what am I going to have to deal with here? All the bumps and hollows and ridges cutting in. Let's look back down from behind the green, and there is Martin Keimer.
Should be good. I know what you're saying. I know what you're thinking of.
I won't come into the okay.
And again, what this doesn't do, Martin, what this doesn't do is it doesn't bring this into play.
Right on the flight,
Yeah.
Yeah. Just keeps it short. Get the guys standing just right on the TV tower in there.
Yeah, you will. Let me just give you some numbers. You should carry. That's 85, 96. You should carry on the two people left. Something to tell. Okay. I'm just
Yeah, we could hear from the chat there. 2-3-2 for Keimer. They're just trying to land this somewhere near the front. At least fly the front edge and get this to release, because that's a bit of a funky grass he's hitting it from. Just trying to get as much ball as possible. It looks like it's heading right a little bit.
Missed the green over to the right, not far from Nicholas Colsaerts, who was striding up by the green there as that Keimer ball landed at the 9th. Let's go down to the 8th, and we can see the tee shots of Garcia and Reed. Reed in the fairway. Garcia will be lie dependent.
Flag cut just over a little ridge. You might try and land it into the ridge and skip it up. Yeah, that is a nice shot. That is well played.
Of course, Garcia missed over to the left, and you were right, Tony. He did run out of the wood chip area, but a downhill lie looks to be a pretty good lie. Get the club in the back of the ball.
Go. Does it come out dead? Yeah, he knew it too.
What causes it to come out dead, as you say? Not quite the the oomph that he was hoping for.
Just a bit of grass between club and ball. The difficulty is it can come out dead, or you can get grass between club and ball and get what golfers in golfing terminology call a flyer, where you get no purchase on the ball with the grooves, and it's almost like having a lubricant on the face, and it just comes out like a missile and goes 20 yards over the back of the green. So dead on this occasion was a better option.
Certainly, yeah. It's a bit of a guessing game. Kawamura and Keimer making their way up to the 9th green. Nicholas, what kind of challenges do they have?
Well, I mean, Keimer is pretty textbook. He's got the best lie you can possibly hope for. He's down green. He's got a lot of green. He can chase this up. He can flight it there and spin it. You just got to get it right. Kawamura, that's a different story, but he has skills. I mean, I don't know if you guys saw the big swing flop shot he just hit on 8. I mean, he's got big upslope. He can putt this, but there's so much fringe to go through. I'm going to stick around because I want to see what he decides to do, because this could be actually a lot of fun.
That's the fun part of having a microphone in your hand. There's no stress, but you get to watch some fun stuff.
I mean, the stress for me this morning is actually trying to keep up with everything that's happening between listening to you guys, trying to keep up with the game, trying to really get a good chat in. Trust me, this is one of the most difficult things I've had to do on a golf course since I've started playing the game.
Well, you actually get used to it, but it is fun. Makes time pass fast, that's for sure, because it certainly keeps your interest.
So I like this, very aggressive, hands forward, steep, throw it all the way there. It's gonna check. He's got the lie, he's got the green is uphill. You just have to commit to sending it close to the hole.
Strike sounded good. Misjudged.
Bit shy, just a bit shy.
Yeah, he tends to want to get it on the ground earlier these days than he did in the past, and I think he's better when he does that.
Garcia uphill from the lower level at 8 for birdie after that approach from the rough came up a little short. Get back to 3 under par, right on line. He's missed a couple putts right on line short. You see his frustration. But there is the tee shot and second shot at number 8 for Patrick Reed. Just outside of 12 feet with a birdie putt to come. How's this one look, John?
Oh, a couple of balls outside left here, Jay. He got the number spot on with his second. Golden opportunity this.
Former Masters champion pours it in there, at least for the moment. He is in a share of the lead at 2 under par. Reed has been pretty flawless today. Hasn't hit it close to the hole often, but the only green he has missed was after laying up in the rough at the par 5-7 that came out short of the bunker. This is a shot that Nicholas Colsaerts was talking about. On the green, going for the wedge shot.
You know, the biggest difficulty with that is that subconsciously you don't want to take a divot out of the...
What do you mean? I've seen you take divots out of greens when you were mad. Did it bother you then?
No, that's actually, no, I've got to say that's wrong. I did it on purpose. In a situation like that, you've got to say, look, I have to take a divot, but it's hard to do.
Garcia did tap in for his par at the 8th, but he's now one behind. The Finn, Tapio Pulkkinen, leads the way. He's now 3 under par through 11 holes. Early days here in the first round of the DP World Tour Championship. John Catlin, Keimer, Garcia, Reed, Sean Crocker, and Christian Bezzano one back at 2 under par.
I remember playing at the Belfry with Nick Felder when I first came on tour, and on the second hole it was an L-shaped green. I was front left, flag was back left, and I was a bit mystified. The greens were perfect. I said to Felder, I said, you know, I'm going to have to chip this. I mean, you know, it doesn't feel right, but what if I take a divot? He said, well, no, you'll be all right, just carry on. And I had an old pitching wedge that we used to call the knife. I mean, a thing you could shave with it. And I took this slab, and Felder looked at me and he just went, well, I didn't know you were going to do that, but you feel so guilty, and that's a poor putt from Kawamura. And I think that was the difficulty with his chip, Jay. You know, subconsciously, you don't want to ruin a good green, do you?
My coach always told me never play a shot in tournament golf that you haven't practiced recently, and you actually need to practice those pitch shots off the greens.
You make friends with a lot of greenkeepers.
On the tee after that beautiful birdie, Patrick Reed ready to cut loose at this monstrous 9th up the hill. Par 4, and this one seems like he's hanging on for it. It's heading left towards me, I think.
Okay, the lie's half decent. Looked like he tried to give that a little extra, which you don't often see with Reed. He always plays well within himself.
Yeah, I'm not surprised, Tony. I mean, it's 499 yards, 1 yard shy of the mighty 500. Par 4 up the hill, wind into your face off the right hand side, an absolute whopper. Now, Sergio, a few left, said Freds, I gotta say, over the last couple of holes. The driver's not played ball the last couple, but this is a hole you definitely need to hit a good drive. You can carry it around 300 yards. You can get on a nice little plateau. Anything shy of that, it's going to be a difficult long second. You've got to thread it through the bunkers, not easy.
He's missed a couple left, John. Is he thinking about that?
He might be. It just seems like he's hanging back on his right side a little too long, and that's why the hands are overtaken.
Oh my goodness, we gave him such a build-up about his driving early in the round, and it's gone a little awry.
Keimer for par after pitching from right of the green, and just has a little bit too much right to left break. You can tell by his body language, hit it where he wanted to. It just didn't behave. Sometimes it doesn't, does it, Tony?
No, sometimes it does not, and he still hasn't made a par since the 3rd. It's been all bogeys and birdies.
Yes, 3 of each. Since the 3rd, remains 1 under par. Pulkkinen 3 under par through 12, leads the way. Donaldson has joined the group at 2 under par, 1 shot behind the lead.
Christian Bezzano has gained his card on the PGA Tour via the Corn Ferry Tour, which is, it's a gain for them but a loss for us in Europe. We love having him around. He's an absolute gent, always fun to be around, and well, hopefully he'll come back and support the European Tour a little. We love having him here.
Yeah, certainly a wonderful gentleman and a fantastic player. Francesco Laportes has been playing great as of late. He's off to a good start, 1 under through 3. Marcus Armitage, who picked up his first win at the Porsche European Open in that emotional win for the Bullet. He's 1 under par through 6. Jeff Winter's been playing well, 1 under through 7. Rasmus Højgaard, one of the twins, 3 wins in the European Tour, is even par through 2 holes. Johannes Veerman, he parred the first. And there you can see back to the top of the leaderboard, Tapio Polkin. It's still morning here at the first round of the DP Tour World Championship. You're watching feature group coverage. We're watching games 5 and 6. Martin Keimer and Masahiro Kawamura and Patrick Reed alongside Sergio Garcia, a couple of former Masters champions. Great weather, good scoring conditions, but you better hit good shots, better hit it in the fairway. The greens are difficult. They're large greens, Tony, but you have to hit in the right portion of the green to really give yourself a birdie chance.
Yes, you're right, and you have to be on the fairway, as you say, Jay. The flags are really tucked away, and the areas where they put the flags are pretty small. Accuracy required. Keimer, as he found his accuracy with the driver again, trying to cling on to the left edge. Nice. That'll do.
Back left hole location at the downhill par 4 10th. How much do you think about hole locations when before you hit your tee shot, trying to set things up?
A lot. I think I think these days the game is, we know it's a lot more crash and find it and hit a wedge in, but the course has played a lot longer and you had to have a good angle in. Kawamura, 3 over par. He needs to find something. Start turning things around on this back 9.
Our producer is really taking it easy on you, Kawamura, just hitting in the first cut of rough up the right side. We haven't seen a slow-mo swing index of Kawamura yet. I'm waiting for that.
Don't worry. I was on YouTube last night checking out Kawamura's swing.
Looks like a reasonable lie here, left of the fairway for Patrick Reed at the 9th.
Well, 233 yards for Patrick Reed. Nice lie in the rough here, down the left-hand side. Plays 8 up as well, so do the math. It's about 241. And had the breeze into his face off the right. Just a few more yards.
I just feel like 4 iron, you got to play from the middle of the green and look right. I wouldn't think even if it just goes over the green just a little bit on that left side, it's not that bad being around there.
Correct, but it's gonna be, let's be honest, we're not trying to get to the left side.
No, I know. Make this shot.
He's definitely going to be sending this one out towards the middle of the green, try and get a little bit of swing from right to left to get access to this back left pin, which is on 40, like Nicholas Goldhart said.
Oh my, sit down.
Hit it, Win.
Down! That's knuckling, I ain't hitting anything.
Oh, goodness, that's come out hot. Really hot.
Oh, that's so long.
Called that a knuckleball. That's what you were talking about earlier with the flyer, the grass between club face and ball, Tony.
Yeah, absolutely right. And he has left himself the most horrendous chip from there. And he knows it. They would have paid close attention to where they thought the pins would be during the practice rounds. And, when the flag's there, whatever you do, don't miss it right. And that's exactly where he's gone.
Garcia in another fairway bunker here, John. 215 in.
Yeah, he's a long way from home into the breeze as well, all uphill. He's a fair way away from the lip, but he's got to get it up pretty quick, but the distance he's got to cover is massive.
Got it heavy. Yeah, made contact behind the ball in the sand. He was trying to get it up quickly over that lip, and you tend to fall back a little on the right side, catch it heavy, and it just doesn't go anywhere. This is most un-Sergio-like, these last couple of holes. But a long, long way to go. And we know he's got tons of good in him. Just got to ride the storm out a little bit here. He'll figure it out.
Saying you'll figure it out, how much problem solving is there in a round of golf or a week of golf?
I think it depends on the player. There are certain players that, you know, with a very simple swings, that not a lot goes wrong. But, you know, if you're struggling, you start searching, don't you? You start searching, is it the grip, is it the stance, is it my posture, is it this, is it that? And you sort of end up in a bit of a, you know, chasing your tail.
What are the first 3 things in your go-to checklist?
My first three things were, how still is my head? Am I shifting my weight? And am I releasing the club? You know, try and keep it simple. It's not always easy though. And when you've used up those 3, now where do you go?
Keimer's in the fairway, and he'll have a good look here with just a short iron in. But I think it's going to be Kawamura to play first from the first cut of rough at the 10th. 121 yards, Nicholas.
121 for Kawamura. This is the 2 holes, 10, 11. This is where you... Well, I mean, from 2 players, they're going to do different things here. Kawamura is trying to get into this round, and Keimer is going to try to keep building onto this good round. But this is wood shot. This is just easy, straight down, a little bit of wind, just get the yardage right. The right strike should be anywhere pretty close to this whole location at the back middle.
This green tends to slope towards the back from the middle of the green. He would have expected that out the semi-rough, maybe just to trickle down a little more. Being into the wind might have stalled at a fraction.
Keimer's getting in there quick. He likes this. He's got good dynamics. It's just going to be some sort of like 3/4 gap wedge. Just driving it low. There you go. A lot flatter trajectory from Keimer. And this is what needs to be done.
So cleverly done. He hit that softly to keep spin off it. Used the slope towards the back of the green. Beautifully worked out.
Well, just at 60 yards for Sergio, coming off the wood, chipping his head down this left-hand side. Yeah, like you were saying, Chaps, just to try to get a little bit of extra loft on it. Just call it that a little bit heavy. This one coming over the bunker. If he doesn't quite catch this one, he could be in there with a lengthy bunker shot. Pin's right at the back of this green though. My goodness, just had a little look at Patrick Reed's shot. He's got ahead of himself, and this one is going to have to come down with snow on it if he wants to get it close. But Sergio, this is going to suit him, I think. You know, he's able to get nice and steep onto the back of the ball, generate that spin. Might come out a little bit low on him, but there's a bit of green to work with.
Oh man.
Oh, he didn't catch it the way he wanted to. He was trying to make sure he got the ball clean. He got it too clean, and now that'll be a tricky little chip shot. Not much green to work with for Garcia, who just a couple of holes ago held the lead on his own.
We can see Patrick Reed just getting to the brow of the hill and just beyond, and that's where he's going to have to try and land it off the green. It's not a bad lie. He can get in this lofted club, which he's got. He's got the lob wedge out. He's going to find it open like a frying pan and send it skywards. That's all he's got. Not going to be able to generate much spin from a lie like this, so it's all about trajectory. Height is a must on this, and saving grace is on his that he's on a little upslope.
Everyone hold still on the path, please. Hold still.
Reed, one of the great short game players. He's going to need all of his talent for this one.
Yeah, this will. If he gets this one in about 5 feet, he'll be very, very happy. Jake.
And watch the acceleration. Even when he's trying to hit the high soft one, I mean, isn't that just spectacular? You will never see Reed decelerate when he's around the greens, and that's part of why he's so fantastic at these shots.
My goodness, didn't he make that look easy?
That was an amazing shot. Garcia, it looks like he has a little bit of an uphill lie. Just to bring you up to date on the leaderboard, an American Sean Crocker, Tony, leads the way now on his own at 3 under par.
You always stress that, don't you, because he was born in Zimbabwe, but I will let you have it on this occasion. This man's pretty tasty around the greens as well. He's normally a fantastic chipper. Settle down. Ooh, he's played it okay, but more than he needed.
Keimer birdie putt at 10, Nicholas.
This is a sneaky one to read. I mean, you could tell that there was a bit of a conversation between these two because it will get really quick past the hole. So I think this is one you die, but have to take a bit more break than you'd see. Right in the middle.
Two-time major champion pours that one in. Keimer gets it to 2 under par, 1 shot behind the lead of Sean Crocker, the American. Does that make Tony laugh? And that was the whole point.
Now Sergio, oh goodness, for a bogey, he would have been expecting that chip to be nestled up to within 2 feet.
And certainly one he had a little bit of an uphill lie and got over aggressive, trying to probably make it for par, and now struggling for a bogey.
Well done. Putting with the orthodox grip, so glad to see that. I think Sergio puts better like that. We've seen him go cross-handed, claw. You know, sometimes he looks like he's trying to throttle somebody. It just doesn't look comfortable. And you don't see the great putters making major changes in grip and posture and stance. The guys that are a bit hot and cold, they do make changes. This guy, he will look the same unless he at some point experiences serious putting woes. In 10 years' time, Reed will look exactly the same with a putter because he's so good at it. Doesn't need to change anything. Man, that is some up and down, Jay. What a little pitch shot. As John Morgan said, made it look like just a piece of cake.
Martin Keimer just playing for position on 11. Doesn't need to do a whole lot more than that. Went off the left.
Swing.
That looks about right, just right in the middle there for Keimer.
Wonderful tee shot there. Good club selection, Nicholas.
Well, you can do 2 things here. You can either play that long iron rescue type thing and try to leave it short of that left bunker, or you can be a bit more aggressive, which it looks like what Kawamura is trying to do. You can send it further down into the right-hand side of the fairway and maybe give yourself a better angle second.
Yeah, Kawamura going with the fairway metal. Not a long hitter, so probably end up similar distance to what Keimer did. And yes, he kind of feathered that a little bit, didn't give it the full business. In perfect position there in the fairway, both players. In our first group of the 2 in our feature group coverage, Kawamura, Keimer leading the way, and the group behind it is Reed and Garcia. Let's have a look at 10. Slightly downhill tee shot here. Fairly generous fairway. No fairway bunkers to deal with, but you really want to get it in the fairway so you can attack this back left hole location. Can't see the bottom of the flag stick. The back half of this green does go away from the players, as Nicholas described a little while ago. So you really have to hit your pitch point and plan for that first bounce before it comes to a stop. And there you can see it's fairly flat back there. Certainly much more narrow. We'll see that later on in the week as the hole locations change. The tour staff tries to challenge these wonderful players in the 40th of 40 events, the final event of the European Tour season and the final event of the European Tour. We'll talk more about that later. Beautiful day here in Dubai. This is the Earth course at the Jumeirah Golf Estates, and you are watching first round coverage of the DP World Tour Championship. Great stuff here as we watch, where 3 of the 4 players we're watching in the 2 groups are former major champions. These 2 each have 1 in their pocket, and they're both green jacket holders. John Morgan's watching Patrick Reed.
Yeah, and what a pleasure it is to watch, and what an up and down that was from Patrick Reed there at the last hole 9. Now he steps on 10. It's quite a simple hole, this one. They'll be looking for birdies galore on this baby. 437 yards, down breeze off the right hand side, and Patrick Reed out with driver.
You know, it's good when you don't have to watch it. Ooh, that one trickled into the second cut of rough.
Yeah, that had a big kick to the right, actually, that Jay.
I think that surprised him. He stopped looking at it, figured it was in the fairway.
It was drawing back right to left, and then it kicked straight right. So, yeah, it might have hit a little something on the fairway, even though these fairways are absolutely pristine and beautiful. Now, Sergio, have you figured it out? The driver's not played ball over the last 4 or 5 holes. Got off to a flying start, really. I know he found bunkers in the middle of the fairways, but he was going there dead straight. This is quite a straightforward tee shot as well here at 10. Looks pretty open and generous.
As he overcompensated. And also gets a skip right, but it's going to try and get back towards the fairway. That's better. First time he's had a chance for a few holes to actually get in there and attempt to attack a flag.
With the whole cut, you know, kind of at the end of a downslope there, coming out of that first cut, is that a bonus because you know the ball's going to release a little bit?
I think it is, Jay. I think, you know, he's going to try and pitch it 10 yards short of the green, expect a bit of run out, as long as he doesn't get the one, as we talked about earlier, that comes out a little dead. But I quite fancy him to knock that into birdie range.
South African Christian Bezuidenhout has joined the lead alongside Sean Crocker, both 3 under par. Bezuidenhout through 5, Crocker through 8. They lead the way in the first round of the DP World Tour Championship.
Yeah, 2 Southern Africans at the top of the leaderboard.
You're not going to play that game. Look, there's an American flag left of Crocker. He's a Yank. Come on. Don't play that game with me. Another one, Johannes Veerman, John Catlin. He's been up there today as well. As is always the case, the European Tour is an international affair. Players from all over the world, and we travel all over the world next year. It'll be 27 different countries. Fantastic stuff. As we look at Kawamura, second shot at 11.
162 yards for Keimer. He doesn't see a thing from where he is. You just gotta pick your line. This needs to go just a little bit, and he's not left that in the best position, just short there. That's gonna be a tricky next one for Kawamura. But then here we have Martin Keimer, who's got 139. And this becomes another birdie hole. I mean, this is perfect. For him, this is absolutely perfect. You just got to send this a little bit left, find that right back pocket. He's on the fairway. He can get full control of this golf ball. Not a good chance for Keimer here to keep going. Maybe go 4 under. Needs to go a little bit. Gets away with this one, fellas, I think.
Oh,
this is really, really good.
Yeah, that's a great result. He's got an aversion to pars, Jay.
He's only made 2 in 10 holes. Keimer, birdies and bogeys, enjoying the day out here at the Earth Course at the Jumeirah Golf Estates, just outside of the center of Dubai. And Dubai is such a wonderful place. Started off as a little fishing village, trading off the creek. It has grown tremendously. Burj Khalifa, tallest building in the world. And there you can see the palm. Tremendous engineering right there. All man-made, reclaimed land. You can see the skyline of Dubai. Dubai Marina, fantastic views and restaurants around the marina. There is the Dubai Fountain next to the Burj Khalifa, the world's tallest building. It is a place to be, that's for sure. 16 million tourists visit each and every year with a population of 3.3 million people. It's something you need on your bucket list. And now back to the 10th. 132 yards for Patrick Reed out of the right rough.
Kind of a 123 thing. Yeah, I'm good with 90. Especially
all I have to do is fly 114 and it lands on the downslope.
Yeah. Yeah, it should work for you once it does, you know?
Yeah.
I think it'll fly close to 120 and then
2018 Masters champion, 9 PGA Tour wins. Just a real competitor is Reed.
Yeah, Gracie player, just like his playing partner today, Sergio. 32 yards. Good lie out of this rough, though, Jake.
Came out so knuckly.
Pitched it in the right place, just a little bit offline. If that was online, that would have been pretty much a gimme.
I love the way John thinks. If that was online, it would have been a gimme. That's kind of like hitting it online and being short. If that was the right distance, it would have been a gimme. John always looks at everything with a rose-tinted glass.
Thanks, Jake. Well, here we go. Nice round number for Sergio in the first cut, 100 yards. Nice lie. Should be able to get maximum control from this.
But it's not far from a gimme, John.
And not quite, though, Jake. Not quite.
Oh, he's got his name on his bag. We'll watch him putt it.
Yeah.
No doubt about that. 11 PGA Tour wins. We talked earlier, 10 Ryder Cup appearances. The greatest ever Ryder Cup points winner. 28. Next second is Sir Nick Faldo with 25, Bernhard Langer with 24, Colin Montgomery 23.5, and Lee Westwood with 23. It shows you the greatness of Sergio Garcia. Kawamura for par, Nicholas.
That's a pretty good save from Kawamura, I'll tell you that. Amazing flop from that short right. He's got amazing skill, that Kawamura. But now Keimer for birdie. This is very simple. Inside the hole, a little bit off the right. I think this has been pretty smooth sailing from Keimer. I mean, he's hit good shots. He's given himself the chances. He's only just made one blemish on the par 5, which was a big mistake. But apart from that, I think he looks really good. I'm starting to fancy Keimer for this thing.
He walked that one in. He's now gone 8 holes in a row without a par. He's only made 2 pars in 11 holes, that being at the first and the third. Birdies at 2, 5, 6, 8. Now 10 and 11. Bogeys at 4, 7, and 9. Mixed bag for the German. Look at the second shot that set up the birdie putt.
Beautiful strike, carries it just over the ridge. And, you know, he's taking 3 months off after this because of the birth of his son on the 5th of January. And I think this is a case of, you know, one final big push before you take an extended break. You've got nothing to lose. And just have a full go.
Well, Patrick Reed and his caddy there, getting on all fours, really getting a good old bird's eye view of what this is going to do. Now, you could overread this play. It all moves towards the back of the screen, but the more where this pin is today, there's a little hint of right to left it could possibly do here. So, caught between 2 minds on this putt.
Good pace from Reed, just misread it a little bit. Tap that in to remain 2 under par through 10. Bogey free. Birdies at both 2 and 8 for the former Masters champion.
Been a great supporter of the European Tour, Patrick Reed. You know, a lot of guys on the PGA Tour, they have everything there. You know, they've got a lot of money, they've got everything they need, but he comes over and plays around the world. Good for him.
Keimer on the tee at 12. Nicholas, he's got the big stick out.
12 is going to be long today. I mean, when it's downwind, you can carry that left trap. Here today, it's not a very complicated drive, basically, because both sides of the fairway just funnel in. So the only thing you need to do is find the center of the club face, really, which Martin Keimer has been known to do a bit in the last 15 years, I'd say.
Yeah, the worn patch on his irons is about the size of your fingernail.
Pinky fingernail.
Exactly. I used to look like the whole face of my club was sandblasted, Nicker.
I'm sorry, Tony, what was that?
Keimer, the worn patch on his irons is about fingernail size. Mine used to look like it had been sandblasted.
Yeah, and your irons were a lot bigger than the one he uses as well, imagine.
Shovels.
Kawamura also going with the driver, looking intently.
He's fine, right down the middle there, gets a bit of a bonus bounce. I didn't think these guys was going to go that far up the fairway, but he's playing into long hole 12 today.
Yeah, nicely in the fairway, and that is the key. Setting up second shots on this golf course, and we saw a good second from Garcia. Can he convert? Early in the round, he was making those putts, Tony, but sometimes the errant tee shots start to, just change the whole mental side of things.
Yeah, you're spot on, Jack. It really does. It just sort of... And it's the same with putting. When you start putting poorly, it can go all the way back and start affecting the driving. They're all interlinked, aren't they, all the departments?
Such a psychological game, especially at this level. Keimer with that birdie at 11 now joins Christian Bezuidenhout at 3 under par. Americans Catlin and Crocker 1 shot behind, trying to make Tony giggle. They're at group at 2 under par. Hybrid club for Reed at 11.
That's never a good sign, is it?
Good angle. That's about it.
Okay. It was just slightly mistimed, miscued, but not disastrous.
You love missing him down the middle of the fairway, don't you? Garcia has been aggressive off the tee all day. This hole really dictates that you don't hit driver. He's got a fairway medal.
Those sunglasses that Sergio wears, if he was a second-hand car salesman, I would not trust him.
Nice balanced swing for Garcia. Admiring his work. And why shouldn't he? Perfect side of the fairway.
Yeah, I think he's going to get going again now, Sergio. I think he's got through that little bit of a wobble. He's got his confidence back. And I think he'll start ripping it again.
Keimer, Bezuidenhout lead the way. 3 under par. Bezuidenhout 3 under through 6. Off to a hot start in the first round of DP World Tour Championship. Big group of players at 2. Pulkkinen, Catlin, Reed, Crocker. Last week's winner, Joachim B. Hansen, Marcus Armitage, and Jamie Donaldson, who got his round. Started off with 2 birdies, followed up with pars at the 3rd and 4th. There was a big announcement on November the 11th. Really groundbreaking on the European Tour. DP World has been a long time sponsor of the European Tour. And now it is going to be, as of next week, the DP World Tour. Rebranding of the European Tour. And we will talk more about that later on, but certainly great things in store for the European Tour with the partnership. DP World Tour coming on board. Really good timing. Both DP World and the European Tour. It started in 1972. It's the 50th anniversary for both. And tremendous stuff coming up. Starting next week at the Joburg Open down in South Africa.
Yeah, it is really great news for the tour on the side of the pond.
2 major championships for Keimer. 11 wins, 4 Ryder Cup appearances, and of course a former world #1 back in 2011. 10 short years ago.
So 178 yards for Keimer. The only thing he needs to worry about here is the lie. The ball is a little bit above his feet, which we all know for somebody that likes to fade the ball is not the easiest thing to do, but apart from that, green light again.
That'll do. The word that springs to mind always with Keimer is grace. The way he swings it, the way he behaves, his demeanor, his interviews.
Well, 163 yards, and Patrick just able to see the top of the flag. Just thinking just a fraction less should filter down. And they've just overcooked it a bit.
Well, it's okay, rather that far left than right of the flag. Birdie chance for Patrick Reed.
Well, after a cracking drive down the right hand side, 146 yards. This is taking dead aim, wedge in hand. A little bit of breeze, not really much to write home about on this 10th hole, 11th hole I should say.
Senor, more like it.
Very good from the Spaniard. Got up to that fantastic start where he birdied the first 2 holes. He was also 3 under par through 5 where he led the way at the moment. Been a couple of blips since then, but Garcia with iron shots like this, you'd have to think the birdies are going to come and in bunches to finish off his round.
Then it's nice. He's hit 2 iron shots in close, so now he'll start feeling, well, you know, I've got it sorted. I'm going to have more birdie chances now, and he might start making them again. In fact, I'm sure he will.
There you go, top 10 finishes without a win at the DP World Tour Championship. Sergio Garcia and Brandon Grace lead the way with 5 and 4 respectively, alongside Rose, Patrick Reed, who has had some near misses here this week, obviously, and Tyrrell Hatton. Of course, Tyrrell, a wonderful player, prolific Rolex Series winner. This is the 4th and final Rolex Series event of the 2021 European Tour season.
How did 2021 get away from us that quickly? It feels like it's just started.
You know, I was talking to a couple of youngsters this past weekend. By youngsters, I mean, 20s and 30s, and I told them the sand in the second half of the hourglass passes faster than the first half.
There's no question. You know, the bottleneck widens, doesn't it?
It seems to, yes.
Sort of concertinas.
The older we get, the better we were.
Absolutely. And the longer it is since we played, the better we were.
It's a great game. Game of a lifetime. I still play a lot after taking quite a long break, but we look down to the 11th green, and Garcia and Reed with birdie putts to come, John.
Yeah, and it's going to be Reed to go first from a good 20-odd feet. Pin eye on the left-hand side. He's got his yardage just spot on. Just accuracy, just lacking that little bit today to take the flags out. And this was an awkward putt. First poor call, and I got down to it. Seen it pretty straight. I just got a sneaky feeling this one's going to want to break off the right-hand side, and that's only because there's a little knuckle halfway down this green on the right. It's all downhill from there, and I just think it's going to bleed off of that. And there's caddy going to town here, trying to get a good read. Pardon the pun. Sergio looking on, he's going to get a free read for Patrick. It is boiling out here. I tell you what, you definitely got these beautiful water stations on every tee box, filling up their bottles every hole.
Great look there, Tony, at Reed's putt. Oh. You would have been steaming if that was you back in the day.
You've got You've got me confused with somebody else, Jay. You know, we talked about as time goes by, you have a different perception of yourself. I see myself as having been a very calm golfer.
You weren't. Keimer for birdie. It's at the 12th.
Oh my goodness, he's done it again. Another birdie, and still his last par was at the 3rd hole.
Now going 9 holes without a par. He's also taken the lead on his own. Keimer, 2-time major champion. He leads the way at 4 under par. Nice thing about a player that's making a lot of birdies, you're playing well, you're hitting good shots. All you have to do is eliminate a couple of mistakes and you can really go.
That is the truth. That is the truth.
A little bit of breeze blowing. You can see the treetops here. Large trees have grown up over the years. We go down to Garcia. Birdie putt at the 11th.
Nice, nice stillness of head. It's back there. Stay down through impact.
Garcia, 2 under par, as he was after 2 holes. He birdied the first 2 holes, did the Spaniard. Best Sergio's ever done in the European Tour in the race to Dubai is 2nd. That was 2017. He's 2 shots behind Martin Keimer, who leads the way, 4 under par through 12, 1 ahead of Bezaidnote and Donaldson. Two Germans there in Keimer and Kiefer. Americans Caitlin, Reed, and Crocker all at 2 under par. It is feature group coverage that you're watching, and Garcia and Reed alongside the group in front of them. Keimer and Kawamura are our featured groups, and it is Garcia with the driver ready to go.
Yeah, about to unleash one. It's a 305-yard carry to outdo the bunker down the left-hand side. It'll just shape it nicely from right to left, go with the camber of the fairway, but playing all the way uphill, 476 yards.
He has given this one a proper hiding.
That ball hits right into that slope right there, and should have stopped pretty quickly. We'll see when we get up the fairway, but another nice one for Garcia, who's working on his game. The players are always working, never stop.
Yeah, strong hole this one though, Jay. And like you said, Sergio's ball did come to an abrupt stop.
Patrick Reed, nice fluid swing there at 12. Looked like he was enjoying it. Apologies for that. Had a little bit of a break up there. You can see beyond the potted plant, that is the UAE flag. Of course, we're in the Emirate of Dubai. And down to the 13th tee. An iron in hand for Martin Keimer.
As Keimer just keeps on going and building on this round, he loves a back right pin. You know, you got your mid iron here, you aim at the TV tower, he can just leak this as much as he likes to get to this back right location. Asking for it to go a little bit, maybe came out of it a bit. It was a 10 out of 10 line, just needed 2 more steps and that would have been stone dead, trust me. Then it was straight away that just needed a bit more out of that ball. I think he's on. He's been on since this morning. Kawamura though, a bit more like the grind. You know, trying to really feel what this golf course is going to give you or what you're going to bring into this week. That's It's also an excellent shot. Just need a little bit more to make it look better. Two good shots from the two fellas.
Yeah, that shot would have suited Keimer's eye with his fade. There's certain holes and certain pins you get on the tee and you think, aha, this is up my alley. Tougher for Kawamura there. Little draw, but as Nico Colsart says, two decent shots.
Beautiful day here in Dubai. We're at the Jumeirah Estates playing the Earth course. It was a fire course last week where Joachim B. Hansen was the winner. You can see him at the bottom of the first page of the leaderboard, 2 under par, 2 shots behind the lead of Martin Keimer, Zadenot, and Donaldson, 1 behind at 3 under par, playing the 7th and 6th holes respectively. Pulkkinen, he had the lead, dropped one. The Finn having a very good day. There you can see the gold star, Rafa Cabrera Bello, who won his national championship just a few short weeks ago when he won the Open Day of Spania. The gold star means he has won a Rolex Series event. Who will add a star to their resume this week at the DP World Tour Championship? This is the 4th and final Rolex event of the season. Ian Poulter, even par through 6. He's always a crowd favorite. Danny Willett, he's a 2-time Rolex Series winner. He has won here at the Earth course. He's a big event player, former Masters champion. Lucas Herbert won the PGA Tour just a couple of weeks ago. The Australian picking up her first win in North America. Thomas Pieters off to a poor start, as is Garrick Higo. One of the most talented young players in the world is the South African. Won 3 times on the European Tour, picked up a win this past season on the U.S. Tour as well. Early days here in the first round of the DP2 World Tour Championship, and it will be Reed to play first and Garcia to follow, both in the fairway, and John Morgan is down there watching.
Yeah, you landed pretty much
Thanks,
right
Jay.
there.
As the sun beats down, it's going to be Patrick Reed to go first. 171 yards he's got. Saving grace on a little bit of an upslope. You need serious height to get great access to this front pin just over the bunker. It's only a couple of yards over it. It's all down and away as well, and the sun is beating. Everyone's got their 50 factor plus on, I can guarantee you that.
Good one uphill, safely on the green, past the hole, taking the trouble out of play.
Just a 4 yards closer, 167 yards for Sergio Garcia. You can go a little bit past his flag, it will just come back a little bit. A real topsy-turvy, Humpty-Dumpty of a green this one. All uphill second shot, must cover that bunker.
Quite a slab of a divot, coming quite steep. Should bite pretty quickly with that strike.
It was Kawamura at 13 with his long-range birdie putt. A little bit of work left for the Japanese. Leading birdie maker on the European Tour this year. Only man to reach 400. Keimer will have a birdie putt to come, and Nicholas Colsart will fill us in on this birdie putt coming up for our leader.
Well, there's a little bit of everything. You've got the double breaker, you've got the 2 sets of grain, you know it's kind of quick after the hole, or past the hole. These are not easy ones. You would have got a decent look at what Kawamura Ball just did, but it's still one where you get your attention on.
And Keimer just going to tap in for his first par since the 3rd hole. 3rd par of the day. Keimer remains 4 under par. And it's always a good par at the 13th, so not bad for Martin Keimer. Kawamura now has this par putt to come, and certainly more than one pace here, Nicholas. And there we go. Good 2-putt for Kawamura. But he remains 2 over par, and not good on a good scoring day. He's tied alongside Adri Arnaus at 2 over par. Only Antoine Rosner at 3 over par is doing worse. But there we can see both players on the green in the Garcia-Reed group. It'll be Reed to putt first from just under 36 feet.
Yeah, and Reed going to be giving Sergio another free Reed, just like the last hole. Reed just blew it 25 feet past. Coming back down the hill, might have a little soft double break on this one, right to left, left to right at the end of this putt. Sergio took it straight over the flag, pitched it straight in that little rising up slope that lurks in this green, and that came to an abrupt halt, which was really handy. I've got to say, I've had the pleasure of following Patrick Reed quite a few times, and Sergio, especially when he was a youngster. I remember him caddying against me in the British Amateur many moons ago at Royal St George's. He was only 14 years old. My goodness. And what he's become now, eh?
Yeah, Tony and I were playing on tour when he was just a teenage amateur, making the odd appearance in the European Tour, and it was pretty easy to say that back then he was something special. Will this putt be special from Reed?
Well, this will give you some serious momentum if you can knock this one in.
Oh. Don't cry, Patrick. You get another chance on the next hole. Wasn't it a beautiful putt, though? Dead on line. Right in the jaws.
Yeah, one more roll, and that would have been an unlikely birdie at the 12th, a hole that I think most players, especially with this left hole location, would be happy to walk to the next tee and not have to play it. Given a 4, Reed remains 2 under par, and Sergio with this birdie putt to come.
Yeah, no hole in this, Jay. I've got to say, I had the fortune of playing with Sergio for the first time in a practice round at the Byron Nelson. Beautiful golf course. And I tell you what, he showed his excellence there, especially round the greens. We've seen him chip in left, right and centre, especially in the Ryder Cups and everything like that all over the world. Spectacular shots. He seems to come alive when he's in a spot of bother as well.
Yes, Byron Nelson is a term that Sergio has won. One of his 11 PGA Tour victories. 16 in the European Tour, 6 on the Asian Tour, a true worldwide player. That looked like it was going in until it didn't. Garcia will remain at 2 under par. Just lacked the pace to hold the line. Oh, golfers. There's always something, isn't there? But you can do so many things right and the ball not go in.
Yeah, it's weird, isn't it? And some days you feel like you're putting in differently and everything just goes in. Kawamura with a slider from left to right.
There you can see Top Tracer showing us the apex there of 108 feet. Kawamura's ball just a little bit shorter than that in the right edge of the fairway. Kawamura just barely trickles in the first cut of rough. It's at the par 5, 14th hole. They'll likely be laying up today. A little bit of a breeze today, good scoring conditions. The greens are absolutely perfect, and there you can see Martin Keimer leads the way. He's part of our feature group coverage here in the first round of the DP World Tour Championship. Sean Crocker, Joachim B. Hansen, Marcus Armitage, Christian Bezuidenhout, and Jamie Donaldson one shot behind. Garcia and Reed, been watching them all day. A couple of major champions featuring in our feature group coverage. Justin Harding off to a good start, a couple under par through 4. Three-time winner on the European Tour. As we have a good look here, Tony, at the 13th.
Yeah, playing 212 yards today. Flag tucked right about in the back right-hand corner. It's 30 yards on, just 3 off the right. And another awkward flag to get at. I mean, I should just say that and multiply by 18 because they're all awkward flags today. And there's a little ridge running across the green about 10 yards short. That's the thing to try and contend with.
Yes, 212 yards turning with that pin on that right hand side and whale back. Now anything going straight at it a little bit shy, you're going to be a little spot of bother. Big old hump to contend with, just shy of where that flag is lurking on the screen. So you want to be aiming this a good couple of yards left of this flag and give it plenty. Back bunker, not a good place to be either. It's lightningly fast from that back bunker down to where that flag is.
John, this hole's cut 30 on and 3 from the right edge. Tony was just talking about tight pins to the edge of the green.
Yeah, this is definitely one of them, a bit like the one at 11 as well.
Total of 8 hole locations today, or only 3 from the edge of the green, and that would have looked very good in the air. You can see the slope feeding it back to the hole. So some very tough hole locations, making you think with those approach shots.
No, I like the matter. I like the kill anyway.
Morgie, both par 3s, 11 and 13 flags back right, just made for the fader of a ball, isn't it?
It is, it's perfect. I mean, that was a cracking shot from Sergio Garcia there. That is A1, that's where you want to be. So hard to get great access or get close to this pin today, where it's situated back right hand side in that its own little bowl. I wouldn't be surprised if Patrick Reed just grips down a 4 and tries to move it a little bit from left to right.
Certainly didn't give it the full whirly bird. Was probably taking some off of that, as John Morgan rightly said. And a good safe shot. Both Reed and Garcia on the green at the par 3 13th as we go ahead to 14. Second shots for Kawamura and Keimer. Kawamura in the right rough, Keimer in the fairway.
I'm actually surprised this takes this much time. I mean, I think this is just a conversation about what do you want to leave next. I mean, it's just as boring as a layup should normally be, like probably like a 7-iron just down the fairway. So they're probably just looking at the pin position, where do we need to land the third one, blah, 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 and just know exactly how to leave themselves that 105 yard shot or whatever. But this is just standard procedure here for Keimer.
Yeah, I think he was just asking Craig Connolly what to do there just to keep him occupied, keep him interested, make him feel needed.
You can see Max Kiefer up on the green in the group ahead. Of course, Kiefer having a good day. Currently 2 under par as we look at Kawamura.
That's okay. Layup, you've got to get it on the short grass. They've both done that. Amazing, these guys. You know, you see them at a Ryder Cup and, you know, they're serious opposition. You know, you're ready to tear the other guy's throat out, and they all get on fantastically well the rest of the year.
They do, no doubt about it. Here's 2 guys that are having a conversation that you and I will never have. You know, when I was serving the Champions Dinner at Augusta after winning, I should have served. Of course, the defending champion every year hosts and does the menu and buys dinner for all the other champions for the Champions Dinner at Augusta National. Always a special night, which these guys, for the rest of their careers, will always be able to enjoy the Tuesday night Champions Dinner. Such a great tradition at Augusta National. Such a special place. If you've never been and ever had the chance to make the pilgrimage to Augusta for the Masters, do it. Once you see the golf course in person, it will make your viewing pleasure the rest of your life much better to be able to have seen the big slopes and mounds at Augusta National as we look down at the 13th green and Reed to putt first.
Yeah, definitely would be a dream to go, let alone go there and actually put on a green jacket like these two have done. What an amazing tournament. Both players find the back portion of this green, and that's a great job well done at this tough par 3. And now what is left them is a very fast putt, I can tell you that. This is all about the pace, back the pace, no trouble. This one going to have a little bit of left to right on it for Patrick Reed, and tell you what, Sergio must be happy as Larry with regarding that. He's just got inside him. He's going to have a nice free read here as everyone looks down around this green.
Another one online and short. But let's be fair, from that range on slick greens, you can't afford to be silly. You just give it a slight splurge and you're 4 or 5 feet by, and those will wear you down.
Now, will Sergio have learned anything about the speed after watching Reed's putt?
Yeah, as it starts to come to a close of the roll though, Jay, it will actually start to go a little bit right to the left. So he wants to drop this right in the front door in the mayor's office. Dead weight, it will have a little bit of a soft double breaker to it. Wants to be nice and firm with it. Pretty good right edge.
John Morgan was right. It did have a little right to left. Sergio Garcia saw more than John did. Let's go down to third shot at 14 for Keimer.
137 yards from Martin Keimer. This also is a flag that suits him. Just a little bit left. Let the green do it. Maybe like a 3/4 pitching wedge or like a 50-degree wedge off the back foot or something. But this is perfect for him. Just got to find the right yardage.
Hole's cut 47 yards back from the front edge. Always difficult to get it all the way back there to a back pin as Reed taps in for par at 13.
Well, it's a 626-yard par 5. That's to the middle of the green, so I want to know, there hasn't been a birdie on that hole yet where Reed's just putted out, and I don't know how many there will be. That is a brutal position. I don't know if anyone will get it closer than Garcia did.
Someone will hole a putt, though. You can see lots of red scores. A little bit of breeze here in the first round of the DP World Tour Championship. You're watching feature group coverage, and we are featuring Martin Keimer, who is at the top of the leaderboard, 4 to par through 13. Sean Crocker, Joachim B. Hansen, last week's winner on the fire course on the same property. He is 1 shot behind alongside Marcus Armitage, Christian Zadenhout, and Jamie O'Donnellson.
Well, Keimer's finally made a par. He must feel absolutely devastated. First par since the 3rd hole.
Had an amazing run, hadn't he? Luckily for him, it's mostly birdies as we look at Sergio Garcia.
Well, we driver here, as you made reference to it, Tony, 626 yards into a little bit of breeze. It's everything you got from start to finish, and the pin's at the back just to rub salt in the wound, and there's water on it as well.
Has anybody ever rubbed salt in the wound before? It must hurt.
It would sting, slightly.
Good tee shot for Garcia, getting it in the right edge. Maybe John Morgan has rubbed salt in the wound just to test it out.
Well, I remember my mum, if I ever bit my lip, I got a little bit of an ulcer. Yeah, got a load of salt, dabbed it on it. Could see actually the thing sizzle.
Thanks, Mum.
Yeah, there you go. It did hurt, but it worked. the left-hand side, Patrick Reed.
That'll be a layup for Patrick Reed to come. Important to lay it up in the fairway. He didn't at the 7th and led to a difficult par 5. Up on the green, Kawamura to putt first.
Keimer with a good birdie try here. Just a little bit right to left. He does all the work for Keimer. Keimer's going to have a great look at what this ball does at the back of the green. You can see Keimer walking in, just luring around to have the best possible look.
Nicholas, when you're sneaking in to watch a similar line, are you watching the whole putt or a certain part of the putt? What are you really looking for?
Well, you're watching both things that a putt does, the pace and the break. And, I mean, we all know that's basically what a good putt is, just matching the pace and the break. And here, something that we don't really talk much, I think, is the grain reading skills. And, you know, there's a lot of grain on these greens. I mean, we don't grow up in Florida like most of these guys do, or play in Florida a lot more often. But it is a skill. So when you don't have that skill, you just keep your eyes open and see how the ball rolls on the green, which is what Martin Keimer just did with Kawamura.
Did he learn? Oh, just came up a little bit short there. Had a good line, just lacked the pace. So after 9 holes in a row without a par, he now has back-to-back pars, but leads by 1 on 4 under par. He's
A lot of bird life out there, a lot of bird song. Just backed off just to reassess and be certain of his line. Easily done.
And as Kawamura taps that one in, remains 2 over par. I know that there's a lot of Rory McIlroy fans out there. McIlroy's off to a dream start. 3-3 birdie eagle. 3 under par through 2 holes for the world #1. And McIlroy would dearly love to get back up there. Here you can see a new honorary life member of the European Tour this week. Collin Morikawa was awarded that. He's the 5th American. Nicholas, Palmer, Watson, all iconic figures. That man right there, Patrick Reed, and now the 2-time major champion and current Open champion Collin Morikawa has joined that list of 57 players to have been bestowed honorary life membership to the European Tour. Congratulations to Collin Morikawa. Reed in the left rough, Garcia. Both players, you would think, well out of reach, but let's not forget it's 337 to the hole for Garcia, but that's only 290 to the front edge, but it'll be Reed to play first.
Actually, 4-1, I think it's 4 iron.
That's fine. Yeah, you're doing that one.
I gotta worry about it. My late.
That's great.
4 iron out of the second cut rough here for Reed. He's drawn a lovely lie. And if he's hitting a 4 iron, that means the water's into play. He's not coming up shy of this water. He's hogging it down the left-hand side, so he'll be aiming it towards one of the bunkers down this left, maybe the right edge of one. Follows out a little bit. He's still got to be pretty accurate with the second shot.
Based on the right edge of that bunker.
Which one? The green side bunker?
The one
No, the one over there on the left. Yeah.
See that gap way in the distance?
Yeah. Kind of just left of those carts.
Yep. Put it there.
I think that'd be good.
Yep.
Really important to pick a good line for your layup. Unlike number 7, perfectly laid up in the fairway for Patrick Reed.
They're just trying to pick up their line, but the iron is out, so this is going to be left of this first bunker on 15, just plain position. There's no need to be aggressive whatsoever, and I don't really think it's the way that Martin Keimer played golf. So maybe switch from a 3 to a 4, but nothing much exciting here.
He's going to make a great father, Martin Keimer. He spent 10 hours building furniture in his future son's nursery the other day. He said it was the most incredible experience and expectation. Oh, you haven't leaked it, have you, Martin?
There's a little bit of dead ground there. Couldn't see the ball land. Second shot for Garcia as he, and I thought he's going for the green in 2. Hitting that little stinger. Just short of the green. Shouldn't be a problem there. Straightforward pitch.
Well, Kawamura with the driver on 15. He's trying to get a little bit further, trying to get these bunkers out of play. Why not? When you're a couple over par, he does that just fine. Just going to be a flick for Kawamura on this 15th hole.
He looks like the Leaning Tower of Pisa, doesn't he? At the top of the swing, he has that big shift onto his right side and then just turns. But Jay, I don't know about you, I love watching guys with unusual swings because they understand their swings. You know, there's so much accessibility to great coaching now. A lot of very similar looking swings with great techniques. But I like the unusual swings.
You know, one that comes to mind is a fellow South African of yours, Donnie van Tonder. Yeah. And what a guy with a swing like that tells me is they have a lot of confidence because they kept their swing. They didn't get sucked into, oh, you have to do it this way because this is the way everybody else does it. So I think when I see guys like that or Kawamura, it shows me strength of mind.
Yeah, agreed. I remember the first time I played in Europe, my first year, I was standing on the tee with John Bland, who was playing in the Pro-Am.
Don't tell me it's going to be Eamon Darcy.
Yeah, I saw the swing down the range. I said, Blandy, your luck, that's your amateur. He said, who? I said, no, that guy there. He said, that's Eamon Darcy, multiple Ryder Cup player. I said, don't talk rubbish. I wandered down, saw his name on his bag, and I came back and I said, Darcy's given a friend of his bag. You're having me on. And what a striker he was. The most unorthodox swing, but what a player.
Yeah, he was a flusher, Eamon Darcy. Certainly a great man as well. Reed, you can see he laid it up perfectly. Third shot to come.
90%. Thing is, 146 cover, 153 all the way back to the hole.
Just listening in here, Jay, 155 yards are gone in that though.
159, 80%, basically close to 10.
Yeah, so in theory like this, about 90% I would think pretty good. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, it's mostly, if it is help, it's left to right, yeah.
There we go, a little 90%er, and that's the reason being the pin's right at the very back, 47. Oh my goodness, it's all down and away as well. Don't want to be going long, so he's going to take a little bit off it.
A little 3/4 follow through there, Tony.
Yeah, indicative of the fact that he was trying to take a bit off, but
he pulled it there, Tony.
Oh my goodness, Morgie, that is an absolute rarity, isn't it, with Reed?
Yeah, he grabbed that extra yardage because of that. And that's going to be a difficult up and down. Second Grace, the green is actually facing him from the angle he's coming at, so he's got a chance. I tell you what, great move from Sergio. My goodness, that 3-wood. He's threaded between the bunkers, that lurking left and right near the front of this green. 2 massive, colossal hits to get to here.
Well, Morgie, before he played, I thought, I wonder how many guys will have a go at this green today, or even attempt to get near it, because it won't be many. Like you, I was surprised.
Yeah, I would say 5% max would have a pop at this, but it all comes down to the drive. I mean, he crunched it down there miles, well over 300 down the right-hand side, and you know what he's like. He's not one for laying up, that's for sure.
You can see the green and a lot of slopes and feed-offs on this 14th green. Sergio pacing back. He walked up to the spot. It looked like he wanted to pitch the ball, John, pace back to his ball.
Yeah, I mean, he could just fly it over towards the front edge of this green and just run it down there with like a little pitching wedge 9-iron, get it run towards the back of this green. But when it gets to about 25 feet from the hole, it's all downhill. So the pace of this shot becomes increasingly difficult. Trying to get it bob on. So he's got a lovely light. He's in the middle of the fairway, nicely between the two bunkers. He's far enough back to be able to generate plenty of spin, so I expect him to fly this quite a long way all the way back to this back pin.
That was an interesting graphic we saw. He's played it the hole 36 times, and he's 20 under par on a pretty difficult par 5, and he's going to have a great chance to get to 21 under par. It should be a sure thing for Garcia. Great pitch shot.
You stuttered there, you stalled. You were going to say 21 and you thought maybe
22. Yeah, you caught me. You caught me. That looked good for a long time. Great shot.
Keimer, we suspected, had found the bunker. With just an iron off the tee. He'll be a little annoyed by that, but he can make up for it right here with a good one. Yeah, absolutely. That'll do nicely from where he was. Dead pin high, birdie chance.
From 15, let's go back to 14 and Patrick Reed.
Yeah, second look at this. It's not as easy as I first thought. A little bit more down and away from him, from left to right when he's going to pitch it on the green, or maybe just on the fringe. It's a similar kind of lie. The only saving grace, you know, that lie he had on 9, he was on the upslope. This one on a slight downslope, and he needs a bit of height as well. Ball sat down a little bit. He's not going to be able to get a lot of groove on this ball, so he's got to get some elevation to it or land it short, which is deadly, especially with this grass. These fringes, it can do anything once it lands in it. And just looking at the fringe as well, the grass is slightly into him, so it might just land dead on him and just bleed out onto the green. Flies it all the way. I can see this easily going 6-7 feet past as well. He's got to be right on the money here.
Yeah, mini flyer, bit of grass between club and ball, and off she went. Negated all the spin. And if he finds it difficult, you know it is, because he is a magician around the greens.
Garcia did all the hard work, got it up near the green, but this is a real gem, Tony.
Isn't it just he's paced it off. He knew exactly where he wanted to land it, and I reckon if he'd put a handkerchief down on the green where he expected it to land, he would have hit it. Brilliant. And set it up with that brave 3-wood. I mean, it was, you know, single file traffic down the area where he landed it. Brilliant.
A couple of bunkers left and right, water to the right. It wasn't an easy shot. Garcia certainly playing with confidence.
Yeah, he painted the picture perfectly like he described, chaps. Just pitched it right on his number, let it release towards the back of the green, and yeah, he's not going to have much for his birdie. Now, Patrick Reed, and he back down on all fours again, getting a really close to the green bird's eye view of what this putt's going to do. I don't see it doing a lot. I think it might be just inside left. If anything, it wants to move towards the back of this green from where he is.
Even with the difficult shots, Reed never expects to take 3 to get down from the edge of a green.
Let's look down at 15 green, and our leader putting for birdie, Martin Keimer.
Bit of left to right for Keimer. I think that shot out of bunker was exceptional, actually. You guys just couldn't see how big that lip was in front of him, so this would be a huge bonus after a foot fault off the tee.
A foot fault. Sounds like we have a tennis watcher amongst us.
Not just tennis, Jay. Big sports fan here. Big sports fan.
I love that. I'm a huge tennis fan. A par 4 Keimer, now 3 in a row for the leader, remains 4 under.
Now, interestingly here, Sergio was on the side of the green fiddling with his putting grip. Right index finger down the shaft. He wasn't doing that earlier. You know, sometimes you just want to say to Sergio, you're putting okay. Just stop chopping and changing. Just believe in it. But, I mean, that there was perfection. That was the perfect birdie he's just made there.
And with that up and down, 5th birdie of the day for Garcia. He's now within 1 of the lead of Martin Keimer. Bogey on a par 5 for Reed. That's like giving up 1.5 in professional golf. You just don't do that. Reed was 2 under par for the front 9, but now with that bogey at 14 drops back to 1 under, and he's muttering to himself walking over to 15 tee. There is confirmation after 15 holes. Martin Keimer 4 under par. There you can see that guy at the bottom of the threes, Rory McIlroy. What can he do? He's 3 under through 3 holes in opening round coverage of the DP World Tour Championship. Alexander Bjork having a good day. 2 under par with 2 holes to play. He's playing the par 3 17th, which is always a tricky one. A beautiful Thursday here in Dubai. We hope wherever you are in the world you're enjoying our feature group coverage. And it is Martin Keimer, the man on the right of your screen, dressed all in white. He is the leader. The 2-time major champion is 4 under par as he has reached the 16th tee. Always an interesting hole with a fairway bunker right in the middle of the fairway.
Did you ever wear white trousers, Jay? I didn't. I didn't have the game for it. I visited the jungle and the bush too often.
No. I never did. It's like a white belt. You never wear a white belt unless you can see your belt buckle.
Oh, is that the rule of thumb?
So you're out. Keimer has the driver, Nicholas.
Well, the only thing you need to avoid here is the bunker in the middle of the fairway. Keimer can do 2 things here with his left to right trademark. Either just aim into the left rough and get it to slide off the rough into the fairway, stay left of this bunker, or you can actually aim at the bunker and just let it drift right. Use the wind. The wind's a little bit off the left, so he'll use the wind on this one, wherever direction he decides to go.
Great graphic on the right. Good look at the tee shot at 16.
It's a beautiful hole, this. Water all the way up the right, all up the right of the green. Quite a demanding second shot, but first of all, find the fairway, which he's done.
Sergio going with the driver at 15. Going aggressive.
Oh, he's given that the full flow. I think a second shot at 14 indicated how pleased he is that he's got his game back in play and he's got his confidence back. Look at this.
Nearly drove the green. Actually got a little bit of a weird second bounce there, where it bounced straight up in the air. Took some of the momentum away.
The smile's back.
Yeah, it is. It's a great smile, too. Such a fantastic competitor. Patrick Reed coming off that bogey at the par 5 14th. He needs to string one up there. I don't think he has the firepower to get it up there near the green. And no, going with the fairway metal, taking some of the bunkers out of play. This is an odd play. Most of the time, Tony, you see driver or iron at 15.
Yeah, you're right. I agree. He must have a plan, because this brings all sorts of things into play, doesn't it? Right-hand bunker's 247 to carry, middle bunker 258 to reach, 277 to carry. So it makes the target area quite small. Unless he's just going to... So I was going to say, will he smooth it down the left? But he hasn't smoothed that. He's given that a clout.
odd club selection there.
Agree wholeheartedly, and he's normally very good with his course management, Patrick Reed. But if you can't get it there, why bring the sand into play?
Correct. And there is our leader, Martin Keimer. And let's have a listen to and a look at the new branding of the European Tour, the DP World Tour announcement. DP World and the European Tour started at the same time.
Scenes out there today.
We are game changers.
Good heavens. What a performance this is. Listen to the reception.
We know what drives success.
Amazing stuff.
We embrace innovation. We stay one step ahead of the competition.
Just unbelievable.
We connect people around the world.
Awesome. This is such an exhibition.
We are committed to making golf a game for everyone.
I'm just blown away with their talent. Welcome to what is a unique and exciting format.
Our partnerships make us stronger. Oh, it's unbelievable. Our partner. Together, we will elevate the tour in every way.
I have a difficult challenge for you.
This is just epic. Together. 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 Together.
Yes! Together, we are the DP World Tour.
And the agreement heralds a new era in the history of the European Tour. The new look DP World Tour will have a total prize money that will break through to $2 million for the first time, with a minimum prize fund of $2 million for all tournaments solely sanctioned by the DP World Tour. There'll be 47 tournaments, 27 different countries. New countries will be Japan will be added to the DP World Tour. Fantastic stuff. Many other great benefits we haven't talked about, but now we go down to 15, and John Morgan is watching Patrick Reed.
Yeah, thanks, Jay. 98 yards for Patrick Reed in that bunker. Pulled the hell out of that tee shot. Found this bunker now. What a tight pin over on that left-hand side. 24 on 3 off it.
It's entirely about the strike, and did he ever get that right? That's an absolute gem of a shot.
Serge gave you the thumbs up,
Let's go to 16 fairway on our leader, Martin Keimer.
Martin Keimer. This 16th hole is playing really long today, actually. I remember just getting it past this middle bunker, and here the guys are basically like 20 shy of it. Keimer's it's just shy of 200 yards. This middle pin, which is basically the easiest one on this green.
That won't be particularly easy.
Well, Garcia taking his little walk up towards the flag like he did on the previous hole. So if it's anything to go by, this could be a good shot, but it's a tough pin over a little knuckle as well. That's just shy of it, 45 yards to go. He's going to have to nip this one perfectly. Lob wedge in hand. Fly it all the way, needs height as well.
John, this is the 37th time Garcia's played this hole. He's made 19 birdies, and 20 is on the horizon. Loves this hole. Blind shot, as you can see. You can only see the top of the flagstick. He likes it now. Sergio marching towards tying Martin Keimer at 4 under par. We've had some great golf in on the 2 groups in our feature group coverage here today in the first round. Let's have another look here. Second at 15 for Garcia.
It's exquisite, isn't it? I mean, that's the mark of a champion. He had a wobble, bogeys on the par 5 7th, bogey on 9, and he was fiddling and looking for answers. He found it, and off he goes again on the charge.
Most rounds in the 60s in the history of the DP World Tour Championship. Rory McIlroy with 27, fully 5 better than anyone else. 7 ahead of Garcia. Sergio Garcia certainly going to add another one to his total. Having a fantastic opening round. Both these players here on invites. They didn't get enough events in to actually qualify due to mostly COVID. Certainly has limited travel for everyone around the world, not just golfers. And hopefully you're all out there safe and feeling good wherever you are in the world. Certainly challenging times for everyone, and hopefully we'll come out of this soon and life will return back to normal.
Well, it is getting a little easier, isn't it, Jay? Travel, there's less aggravation with paperwork and flights and things, so we're headed in the right direction.
No doubt about it. Well, Patrick Reed lines this one up. We'll come back in a moment. We'll go over to 16 and have a look at Martin Keimer, followed by Nicholas Colsaerts.
Tricky one for Keimer here. It's going to take a little bit of studying. He's pulled his iron shot a little bit, which is not the ideal spot to leave your second. Has a little bit of a grainy fringe in front of him. There's a bit of slope. He's going to have to take this at least 6 to 8 feet left of the hole. It's going to be left to right all the way with 2 different sets of grain. You can get this close, but it takes the right pace and the right line.
Nicholas, that ball in the fringe over there didn't look that great. Is his lie okay?
No, but to the eye, you know, that pin is on the right hand side of that middle bit, and you don't want to miss that middle bit. So I think this is why he just tucked it a little. You know, we all know he likes to play that left to right. If he gets that left to right going here, right of the hole, he's going to be at least 30, 35, if not 40 feet. So, you know, the classic little come over. You can see those two guys spending a bit more time than usual on this. I mean, he's had a good day. I know you guys have been talking about the amount of birdies and bogeys he's made, or the first par he's made on whatever hole it was on the back nine, but this guy, I think, hardly broke a sweat today. This has been really, really smooth sailing.
And the grain on the fringe is into him. If he gets it through that without it affecting it too much, keep tracking. Yeah, just it took a couple of little bumps and bobbles and it killed the speed.
I saw the great shot at 15 for Garcia. Can he get the payoff? This is for his 20th birdie in the history of his play at the Earth course, and he converts. Sergio Garcia with that birdie.
He's going to be dangerous.
It's a 4 under.
Dangerous this week, don't you think, Jay?
Yeah, certainly he has something to prove, and certainly, you know, he's here on an invite. You know, he wants to go and really pay that off, and he's doing that full stop. Back to 16 green. Keimer is stalking things here.
Yeah, this is just going to be a little bit left to right. I think they're overthinking this a little bit too much. The thing is, whenever you get onto a green and you're looking at different sets of color, which we talked about is the grain, it's always on your back of your mind. So it's difficult for, like I said earlier as well, that if you don't, when you're not born on this grass, it's always on your back of your mind. You know, somebody like Tony or UJ that played in the US all your life, this is a piece of cake for you. But for us Europeans and continentals, it's always on the back of your mind.
Yeah, certainly you bring that out. I mean, grain is something you not only look for, but you feel, and that comes over a lifetime.
Yeah, you could see Craig Connolly having a look down at the hole. A good tip is look for the wear on the hole. The wear on the hole is the side to which it will break. And I think Martin Keimer just didn't get that quite right.
Well, driver out again here at 16 for Sergio Garcia. The only things you got to dodge are two bunkers lurking in the middle of this fairway. First one, 277 to carry. Now, if you're feeling pretty heavy-handed, you can go 324 on a carry. I don't think that's in Sergio's armory, though, today. It's all about just getting it down the left-hand side if you can. You can go left or right of them. Braver is the right.
Looks to be straight at them. Does he get lucky? No, he gets good.
Yeah, it's that wind in your face a little bit. Just to update the leaderboard a little bit, the flying Finn Tyrrell Hatton has been up there under par all day. Finished with an eagle 3 at the 18th and has posted a 67, 5 under par in the clubhouse. So he is the leader.
We'll drive right for Reed as well. Like you say, just a little bit of breeze into their faces, making this hole play that little bit longer. It's not long enough as it is at 486 yards, par 4.
Ooh, he may have overdone this down the left.
Yeah, and that's a hard place to be in the rough on the left-hand side.
That's a big wide fairway, albeit with a couple of bunkers in the fairway. There is confirmation. 67 for Tyrrell Hatton, leads the way over Garcia by 1 shot in the first round. Alexander Bjork playing the par 5 final hole. He is 3 under par alongside Kiefer, Catlin, Keimer, Garcia, Crocker, Armitage, Joachim B. Hansen, who won last week on this very same estate on the fire course, playing the earth course, and Rory McIlroy got off to that fantastic start. Birdie eagle. He has since parred his next 2 holes, and just as I say that, has picked up a birdie at the 5th. So Rory McIlroy now 1 behind the lead. He's 4 under par through 5 holes. And there is the 17th. And the M8 BMW. Fantastic car for a hole-in-one here at 17. They started giving away cars. Well, the first car won in the European Tour. The first BMW car won the European Tour was in 1991 at the BMW International.
I've forgotten who it was. Can you remember?
Somebody you're close to.
Not you.
Me.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Why can't I remember that? I know I'm getting old, but man, I should remember that.
I said someone you're close to. I didn't mean someone you like. Just it was someone you're close to as far as, you know, in your presence.
I love you, Townsend. How long have we known each other? 1985 was your first year to South Africa, wasn't it?
And ever since I met you, it's been downhill. Interesting hole at 17. A little bit of an island green. 3 bunkers surround it. Always difficult to pick the right club. As Tony Johnstone is trying to recover from.
Why have you got to be so honest?
Well, Patrick Reed right there is walking up there, and as they walk up, we'll have a look at the Rolex Series events this year. This is the 4th and final, but it has been a real great run. Let's have a look back.
Right, it's not good, Tyrrell. Oh, right at it, more like.
It's Rolex Series number 4, the very worthy champion. Fabulous. It really is just fabulous. He's got it. And the Scottish Open has its youngest winner.
hit those shots in the moments that matter. That's why you play the game.
It is an American victory on European soil.
With that win, Billy Horschel jumped up to number 2 on the Race to Dubai rankings. He and Collin Morikawa will be last out in this first round, but right now we go down to 16, and Patrick Reed watched by John Morgan.
Well, what an amazing lie this is, Jay. My goodness, you get a driver off of this if you wanted to. It's that nice. You need some height. It's a big old wide green, pretty shallow as well. You don't go straight at this flag. You're aiming a little bit left of it where it's the meat of the green. 210 yards. Want to feather in a nice little high left to righter. I'm going to tell you, he didn't catch that one.
Ooh, that could be an awkward pitch shot with that whole location.
Well, after a cracking drive, Sergio Garcia got a ball slightly below his stance here for a second, and that's going to help him get that nice little left to right, a high one as well. 173 yards he's got. And this is just a little bit downhill. Not feeling the breeze at the moment at all. So this could be just a nice, strong 8-iron straight at it. You leak this a good 10-15 feet right of this pin though, it will swell down to the right. So the miss is left, if anything.
Martin Keimer on 17. Perfect 200. Perfect 200 yards from Keimer on 17. I've had to wait a fair bit on this tee shot. And it's not the easiest one to get right. But this looks like 9.5 out of 10 to me, even from my angle.
Yeah, beautiful shot right there. An aggressive line to that left hole location. Long carry on that line to get it close to the hole, and Keimer did just that. Garcia striding down the 16th fairway. Currently 4 under par. 1 shot behind the lead of Tapio Pulkkinen. And how did Garcia get to this point? Started off with a good one at the first, Tony.
Yeah, found the bunker, slight mistake off the tee, but didn't faze him in the slightest. An absolute beauty, and he would pop that in for his birdie.
Over the green in 2 at the par 5 second, putted to this position and hold the putt. A birdie start for the Spaniard. And after that, it was a little bit. Another birdie at 5. I should say after the 5th, it was a little bit of a struggle for the Spaniard. Hit a bad patch, started driving the ball left. Had bogeys at 7 and 9, but then turned things around.
Birdied 11. Birdied 13. Got to the 14th and came up with just a magnificent little shot, using the contours of the green.
Following that birdie at 14. Big tee shot at 15, the short par 4.
This is worth watching. Oh man, the touch. Oh. The spin.
Of the tail there.
Stunning shot.
We're at an event.
He would go in to tap that in for his 6th birdie of the day. Garcia currently finds himself at 4 under par. Tied for 2nd behind the lead of Tapio Pulkkinen, the Finn, in the clubhouse with a 67. Sam Horsfield, he's in the clubhouse 1 more at 68. If we look at Reed.
Yeah, another nice chip there from Patrick Reed. The only reason he came out a bit shy, just well, he was that good in the rough. He hit it right at the top of the blade, took that pace off it, didn't get it right at the middle of the sweet spot. But some shot in there from Sergio, full on control with the 8-iron. It released nicely like these greens are doing right now. They're quite firm, they don't really generate a lot of spin on them. You won't see a lot of balls actually come back towards you. This is another golden opportunity now for Sergio. This will be like stealing one as well. This is a tough hole, 16. And it's the green that does it. It's a very wide green, very shallow, very undulating as well.
Have an overhead look at the Jumeirah Golf Estates, 16 on the left, 17 with the island green par 3, and then the par 5 18th up the hill. Fantastic drama will happen this week at the final hole, that's for sure. They move the tee around. Hole at times is reachable in 2. Downwind today. First we'll go down to 16 green and Sergio Garcia.
Yeah, some golf course, Jay. We're in for a treat. The closing stages come Sunday, that's for sure, with this grandstand earth course finish. DP World Tour Championships. Now, a little breaker off the right hand side for Sergio Garcia. Playing a little bit up the hill. He can be nice and firm with this.
Setting it out on the right. Whoa, how on earth did that go left at the hole? He asks himself, we ask ourselves, there's no way that should do that. He's hit a really, really good putt there and got no reward for it. Yeah, he still can't understand it.
You are so calm with a microphone in your hand.
Isn't it? I've never thrown a microphone. Not yet.
I notice you. I notice you don't include golf clubs in that. Just for you out there that might not have had the pleasure of watching Tony Johnstone, he was fiery. He was a good watch and won a tremendous amount of tournaments. Reed for par. This will be a really good par.
Very kind, Mr. Townsend. You know, people say I had a short fuse. That's wrong. I had no fuse.
Anything but a straightforward putt here. Nicely done after missing the fairway left off the tee. Very good par for the 2018 Masters champion.
And takes it in his stride, Jay. You'd be pretty pleased with that up and down. You'd be patting yourself on the back as you walked off the green.
We're talking about green reading skills and grain reading skills earlier today. I think this is a perfect example. I think it might go a little bit right to left early and then get taken left to right. Or maybe I read this completely wrong and it's going to do the opposite on both ends. But it's very makeable. Just makes it look easy. When he plays well, he hardly breaks a sweat. I wish I could play golf and walk around 18 holes like Martin Keimer from time to time, actually.
Well, Keimer gets it to 4 under par, Nicholas, and he looks as calm as you used to look playing.
He just does this all the time. I mean, then you'll see him in the players' lounge afterwards just having a plate of pasta like nothing happened.
Well, Nicholas, I always wanted to be in your shoes. I just wanted to hit one drive, one, the way you hit it, so I could feel what it's like to hit at 330.
Yeah, okay, well, you can be in my shoes for a couple of minutes, hit a few drives, but trust me, you don't want to be in my head.
Oh dear, now we're talking about golfers' heads. You don't want to go there.
I'm sorry I brought it up.
Oh my goodness. A penny for your thoughts. Golf will make you think funny thoughts. Let's have a look at the leaderboard. Pulkkinen in the clubhouse with 67. Bjork, Horsfield, 68. Martin Keimer, 1 hole to play. Could he birdie the final hole, the par 5, to join Pulkkinen at 5 under par? We will soon see. Garcia having a good day as well. Look at Rory McIlroy, 4 under par through 6. Jamie Donaldson, a couple under through 10. Rafa Cabrera-Bello, he's got a gold star. He's a former Rolex Series winner. That's what the gold star is. You get a gold star for each and every Rolex Series win. Justin Harding, a couple under par through 7. Nikolai Højgaard picked up his first win, joining his twin brother as winners on the European Tour. They won in back-to-back weeks. History was made, that's for sure. James Morrison, he was the first player out playing on his own in this 53-player event. Morrison set the pace with a 71 this morning. There's the other brother, Rasmus, a 3-time winner in the European Tour. He's 1 under through 10. Shane Lowry, he's a Rolex Series champion and an Open champion. Danny Willett, twice. Tommy Fleetwood, twice. Bernd Wiesberger, twice winners in Rolex Series events, all even par early in their first round here at the DP World Tour Championships. As we get on to 17 and Garcia.
Yeah, playing 200 yards there, Jay, and what a pin position today. Probably one of the hardest on the greens, I think. 33 on 3 off that left in the most narrowest part of this green as well. And Sergio be aiming just right at this pin, probably in the middle of that back right bunker that you can see. Quite loud and proud on this island green par 3. Just drifted off that, used the breeze.
There's a pretty good bank over there left of the green that leads down to the water. He needs that one to land softly. He's acting like it didn't go in the water.
What is normally a pretty standard club selection off the tee here on 18 has turned into a bit of a discussion here. So, because 18 is playing downwind. Normally it's playing into the wind and it's a 3-shotter from this tee. So here I think that these two guys were discussing, what do we do? Do we actually keep it as a 3-shotter, or we take the driver and we maybe have a crack for this green in 2 if I hit a good one, which it seems like they are going for. So driver needs to be a little bit right in these bunkers, just be careful of the water on the right, but it's downwind and it's the perfect time to do it.
Well, the nice thing is, Nicholas, those 2 bunkers up the left, good aim point for a guy that likes to move the ball left to right.
100% Jay, he's going to look at that one on the right and just get that ball to leak a little. 10 out of 10.
Yeah, that tee shot just sets up so well for a guy that likes to cut the ball, and certainly playing with confidence is Martin Keimer.
It's almost like he doesn't even have to cut it. If he just pushes it, it's perfect. Kawamura with driver. Trying to follow the same line. I agree about you guys with Keimer. I played with him a few times and I just love every skill set he has in his game. It just hasn't really happened today, but love the player.
Yeah, certainly very talented player. Only player on the tour to make 400 birdies. Led the tour in birdies this year. Did Kawamura also had a hole-in-one at Tenerife at the 7th hole. So a little bit of everything. As we look at Reed at 17.
Holding the toes, eyeing it up and down. I thought maybe it'd hit a really good one, but it's a really poor one.
Oh, that's going to be a downhill lie off that. That's a tough one, Tony.
Oh.
That would test even you, one of the greatest bunker players of all time.
Yeah, that won't be easy. Water lurking on the other side too.
Now let's have a look at the leaderboard. Tapio Pulkkinen, 67 in the clubhouse, 5 under par in the first round of the DP World Tour Championship. You'll be looking at Rory McIlroy on the 7th, 4 under par through 6. Got off to that dream start, 3-3, but 3-3 at the Earth course is a birdie eagle start. McIlroy doing what most expect, playing great. Catlin, Crocker, a couple of Americans, 3 under par, tied for 9th. Tony grimaces, and every time I call Sean Crocker an American, of course, he has heritage in Zimbabwe, as does Tony. As Keimer walks up 18 fairway, let's have a look at how the 2-time major champion has gotten to this point where he's 4 under par. It all started at the 2nd over the green and 2 in the par 5.
Just a little bump and run, and gauges it just beautifully. Looked like it might have a chance for a moment.
First birdie of the day there at the second. And certainly that would be one of many to come.
Got that drop shot back immediately with the birdie on 5.
When he was making birdies, he was making them in bunches, Tony. This for 2 in a row. Nicely done at the 6th for Keimer, and then on to 8.
Loves it in the air, and why wouldn't you? Stunning shot. Another birdie.
He was on a bogey birdie bogey stretch, but then he got to 10, and it was a birdie. Of course, what follows 10? 11. What did he do?
Another fabulous approach shot. As Nicholas Colsaert said earlier, he's made it look like a walk in the park, like he hasn't even come close to hitting top gear. In that goes for another birdie.
And that was his 7th, up to the 12th. Could he make 3 in a row?
And the answer is yes. Amazing stuff.
He's taking advantage of great greens at the 17th. A difficult hole location over on the left side of the green, especially for a guy that likes to play the ball left to right. And it was a brilliant shot for Keimer. He would go on to make that birdie, and that would be his 8th of the day. Could he make 9? Well, he's off to a good start. Great drive at 18.
And I'm with you, Jay. You know, he's made a load of birdies, some drop shots, but when you're making that many birdies, you know if you can eradicate the bogeys, you're going to have a good one. It's when you make 16 pars and 2 birdies, you think, how am I going to find a low score out here?
Well, Reed went first just before this, man. Sergio Garcia just hit it a good old 6-7 feet past the hole. Went a back bunker shot. He had a downhill lie out of that bunker. But Sergio, my goodness, not much green to work with. Nice lie, just in that gully, just shy of the water, but all the grass is against him here up the bank. It's a case of what he's going to do.
Wow, that was a brave shot. John described how the grain was all in him going up the bank, and he bumped it into that grain, got it up there. Not a bad pitch from a difficult position. Par putts to come for Reed and Garcia at 17. Let's go up to number 18 fairway. And first to play will be Masahiro Kawamura.
.288 Kawamura, going with a 3-wood. It's the perfect flag, back right. Needs to hit this well though. Just pitch on the front edge and chase. This looks like it's leaking right just a little. Finds the bunker. Not the best place today for this back flag. And now Keimer from 276. They're still talking. They're still talking. He wants to know the numbers.
And that's 5%, that's 230 front edge. Yeah, but there's no touch on this left-hand side.
Yeah, okay, I like that.
All right. Just a nice.
Straight at it.
Keimer with what looks to be a 3-wood. This is perfect for him. I mean, imagine finishing with a 3 today.
He looked like he flushed that, Tony.
Yeah, just pushed it a fraction, didn't he? They've both got tough bunker shots there. Not much green to work with. Landing on the downslope, that'll be a test for both of them.
Carried it a long way uphill as we go to Reed for par at 17. Be a heck of an up and down after that downhill lie in the bunker. And that was one of the first poor putts we've seen from Reed.
Yeah, from that range, if they don't go underground, he almost always makes contact with a hole. It's fractions, but yeah, stroke looked fine, maybe just underread it a hair.
And when he misses, it looks like it's going in. A bogey at his penultimate hole. So drops back to even par. Has bogeyed 2 out of the last 4 holes after turning in 2 under par 34. He'll be looking to make amends at the final hole. Try and make a birdie, get it into red numbers. Now Ken Garcia get up and down after that good pitch from left of the green.
Yeah, if he can pop this in and keep the momentum, you'd fancy him for a birdie up 18. Beautiful, yeah, fist pump. He knows it, he knows it.
How important was that for his momentum going to the final hole?
Very, I think. You know, he's hit a poor tee shot by his standards, but he's got out of it with a par. He can just forget about that now, and it's almost, he'll feel like he's made a birdie. And I think he's going to give it a right hiding down 18. I've got him down for 4 or maybe 3, Jay.
Really? I've never seen you so giving, Tony. And I've known you a long time, as we've already discussed. Keimer making his way up the hill at the final hole. Bunker shot to come. Hole's cut tight to the right side, only 3 from the right fringe. A lot of it will depend on his lie, what he can do with this shot.
Yeah, massively. Now, if he's very lucky, he would have finished on the upslope. It's asking a lot because it's going to kick away from the bunker, but if he's on an upslope, that would be an absolute bonus. Anything on the flat at the bottom of the bunker is going to be a test. I think the only way either of them can get it close in that case is to play with the fringe and take a bit of a risk.
Let's have a look at 18, as you can see, with the wind behind today, Tony.
Yeah, I mean, normally you'd say at 620 yards, not too much of an opportunity to get there in 2, but we saw Keimer had ample firepower, and Sergio's long. 320 to get past the bunkers. It does narrow up just beyond that, but if you can get it on the fairway, fire it in there. Flag is quite generous up the right-hand side, as long as you don't find the bunker where Keimer and Kawamura find themselves right now.
Of course, you want to bail out towards that bunker because the water's lurking up the left side, especially you know, when you're playing a full 3 metal from the fairway. Now, tee shot for Garcia, going with the big stick.
Well, down the breeze, like you said, Jay, 2 bunkers lurk on the left. He'd be aiming at that right one out of the 2. Drifted off of that. Stella driving at the beginning of the round and latter into the round. Needs a good one here to set up a good chance. And he's unleashed here, and this one looks like it's dissection.
Well, that is somewhere between excellent and superb.
Uphill tee shot, carried 303. You didn't go that far on holiday, Tony.
And I normally didn't go that far coming back either because I got lost.
It's all bad, Tony. No, Patrick Reed, he won't want to be outdone on the last. He's going to step on this one, I feel.
Time to go back to playing the game he knows, which is feel and flair.
He's got plenty of both. He's got a lot of flair.
Hasn't he?
A tremendous player to watch. When he hits the ball, it's just a different sound than virtually everyone else.
It really is.
Well, John, Patrick Reed is stalking things. What does he have in front of him?
Well, this is
really?
not
Is that
easy,
good?
Jay, this is not easy. I mean, he's well set back in the bunker, no green to work with. I mean, there's two kind of styles of shots he can play. I mean, it's hard to get a lot of spin and get the ball to come to an abrupt halt. I mean, he's just got to flirt with the bunker's edge if he wants to get it really close, and that will just feed down onto the green. Or he could play it 15 foot past the flag, a little bit right of it, and use the camber of the green back towards it, but that would only get him to about 6 foot away.
Oh, he went for the high-risk shot. I like your second description, John, taking the trouble out of play, going for the 6-footer. Now he's left with another difficult shot.
I'm not in a position to see if that's actually plugged in the face.
It did not. It rolled back some.
Ah, good. Well, yeah, hopefully have a little bit of an uphill lie, and that'll be a big saving grace. I mean, height on that shot is what you need. He wasn't going to get it from the lie he had before. Sergio's sitting pretty, and I must admit he's eyeing up his, and he's going to have a great chance. I mean, I know Tony Johnson said he fancies him having an eagle. Well, he's going to have a chance of an eagle, Sergio, that's for sure. Now this one just got to come out the fringe, which is just over the bunker. Just catch that little bit of fairway and just bleed it down towards where this flag is lurking. It's all downhill from there, but this is... It's a tough bunker shot from over on this right-hand side. It's the biggest bailout you can ask for and the nicest bailout, but what comes with it is not easy. Great course design.
Yeah, I'm with you, Jay. The first bunker shot, you know, if you could use the backstop the way John Morgan described and come down to 6 or 8 feet, was an absolute bargain. Going straight at the flag, even if he'd carried that first bunker shot an extra 6 inches, I don't think he could have got it closer than 6 or 8 feet from where he was. Here we go.
Garcia's third. That was an odd shot, Tony. He played it quickly.
That was about as poor a chip as I think I've ever seen Garcia play.
Yeah, he has a wonderful touch and imagination around the greens, and just the setup looked odd. Let's have another look here in a second. He's looking down at the lie. I think the ball just came off different than what he expected.
Yeah, a little bit speedy. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, it just looks like he hit it too hard. He might have been expecting a bit of grip, but down grain, that wasn't going to happen.
I'm going to think that our camera angle, the ball might have been above his feet. It might have been a little bit more awkward than what it looked.
Yeah, I think you might be right.
That was very un-Sergio-like. Wonderful chipper and a great bunker player.
Yeah. Not many better. He was asking a lot of questions, wasn't he, about the lie? Sometimes you get into that Bermuda, you know, and the ball settles down in just a slight little hollow or imperfection, and you don't really see it. You play the shot, it jumps on you, and you think, how on earth that happened? I thought the lie was perfect.
But a birdie putt to come for Garcia. This would tie him at 5 under par for the lead. Pulkkinen in the clubhouse with 67. McIlroy 5 under par through 7 holes. This would be Garcia's 7th birdie of the day.
And off that drive, Morgie, if he holds it, he would be nice to talk to afterwards. If he doesn't, you wouldn't want to have a chat, would you?
No, you wouldn't. I mean, especially that was a spectacular second shot. I mean, it's only just off the back of the green. I mean, it's probably one of the worst chips you'll probably see Garcia ever hit, like you were making reference to. This is another good opportunity for birdie, just a little fraction off the left-hand side. Been putting well today, though. Won't be surprised if this one gives it a bit of danger. He's well deserving of a birdie on this hole.
Oh, that is going to seriously burn. Oh.
Garcia's round in 68, and it's a round of what could have been. We saw him leave a lot of putts right on the edge. A very well played round for the major champion. Of course, former Masters champion looking down at the lie that he had, and certainly didn't react the way he thought. Patrick Reed now has this par putt to come.
Yeah, I think it almost hurt Garcia being a great chipper there, because that's the only shot he saw. A lot of guys would putt that, but he is so confident with the chipping.
Reed with this par putt for a round of 72. There you can see he's tied for 32nd place in a 53-man field. It has been a great morning here at the Earth Course, the Jumeirah Golf Estates. There you can see Patrick Reed, 72. Not what he was looking for. At one point he was a couple under par for the day. And let's have a look at the leaderboard as it stands. Tapio Pulkkinen in the clubhouse with a 67. Rory McIlroy striding the fairways. He's tied for the lead, 5 under par, playing the 8th hole. It's been a fantastic scoring day. It's been a great day. You've been watching feature group coverage. I'm Jay Townsend. From all of us, thanks for watching. Hope to see you tomorrow. Goodbye.